America's heartland and a city synonymous with baseball dreams. Omaha, day 3 at the Men's College World Series, and indeed the first elimination game. Win or go home between Troy and Ole Miss.
A bracket bursting with big brands and back-cracking names.
Guess who just got back today? Them wild-eyed boys that had been away.
Troy, Omaha rookies, but a veteran roster.
He hammers this one, and it is gone!
Ole Miss looks to take back their standing.
Sliced into left field. That's going to bring in a run. Udemark delivers.
You spread the word around.
Our journey's not over, I can tell you that.
Now that the boys are here.
All you can say is you got to come out ready to play.
Who will stay in town? You're watching the NCAA Men's College World Series presented by Capital One. 2 seasons hang in the balance. Troy hopes to extend its stay at its first College World Series in program history against the 2022 national champions Ole Miss, who sent program pillar Hunter Elliott to the mound today. 8 teams, double elimination within each bracket. The left bracket plays today with North Carolina and West Virginia to come tonight. And the bracket winners meet in a best-of-3 championship series that starts on Saturday. With that, we say hello and thanks for joining us. Alongside Ben McDonald and Eduardo Perez, I'm Mike Monaco. Taylor McGregor joins us in a moment as Ole Miss meets Troy. And Ole Miss starts Hunter Elliott, who was on the mound in the national championship winning game 4 years ago for the Rebels. Still here, and Mike Bianco said to us today, Hunter Elliott as good as anyone at winning the big game.
Got a lot of confidence in Hunter Elliott, and why would you not? I mean, maybe the numbers aren't where he wants them this year, but he's in a comfortable place, and that comfortable place is here at the College World Series. Back-to-back quality starts, including pitching and helping pitch. Ole Miss are their only national title back in 2022. When Mike Bianco talks about Hunter Elliott, his eyes light up, and he simply says he'll go down in Ole Miss history as one of the best ever to wear the uniform.
And you have to be able to shut down Jimmy Janicki, who is their 4-hole hitter. And the way to do it is not with the bat as much, because he's going to get his hits. He's going to hit for power. 2 hits in his last game. It's the guys in front of him. 1 for 13 in game 1. They need to keep them off the bases. So that guy right there will be neutralized in this game.
Trojans and Rebels on a gorgeous day for baseball somewhere in Middle America. Day 3 gets started in Omaha next.
Our back's been against the wall probably since March. I have no doubt we're going to come out hot and ready to play.
Our journey isn't over. Get your bodies right, get your mind right, and go out there and compete on Sunday.
watching day 3 of the College World Series, and today we have an elimination game between Ole Miss and Troy. Now, for Ole Miss first baseman Will Furniss, being at the College World Series, he says is like the missing piece in his career. And not because this is the pinnacle of college baseball, but being here reminds him all about the legend of his dad, Eddie.
Coming to the College World Series in 2017 with my dad and my mom and my brother.
Furniss ripped back up the middle.
The first time I realized that my dad really was like one of the most popular LSU players ever. It was crazy. Really cool to see how famous he was, especially as a little kid. I really wanted to be like my dad, playing the SEC against this high level of competition. Finally be here and, you know, get to experience it as a player, not only a fan, is really cool, and I'll remember it forever.
Will, growing up, heard all about his dad, a 2-time College World Series champion, and in 1998, he was the Dick Howser Trophy Award winner, awarded to the best college baseball player that season. So there is his dad. The best advice, he said, is know that you can do it, Mike. So that's what Ole Miss is trying to have today, that confidence and believe that they can do it.
They have done it this year after tough freshman and sophomore seasons during Will Furniss's time. Troy's batting order is brought to you by Capital One. We told you about Jimmy Janicki, Sun Belt Player of the Year, projected first-round pick next year, but then Blake Cavill's been hot here recently.
He is, and he's got a lot of plate discipline, and along with him, he's a left-handed hitter, and that is probably going to help, believe it or not, the Trojan team, because they handle left-handed pitching well, and the leadership of Cavill is a starting point.
Well, they're going to have to handle one of the best in the business when you talk about big game pitching. Hunter Elliott, the junior from Ole Miss, he shined and burst onto the scene back in 2022. 2 quality starts here in the College World Series. Maybe the number's not quite where he wants them, but he's back where he's comfortable. That's in Omaha, and boy, that changeup is by far his best pitch. That changeup, a 49% swing and miss, and it's going to have to be good today against the Troy Trojans.
Troy lost on Friday in a really good game against West Virginia, 7-5. Ole Miss lost to North Carolina, 6-2. Hunter Elliott's first pitch is ball 1 to the shortstop for the Trojans, Aaron Piasecki, and away we go. Piasecki, first team Sun Belt. That OPS just outside the top 10 in the Sun Belt. 0 for 5 on Friday. You know, we have Hunter Elliott officially listed as a junior because he technically could come back next year, but he's a 5th-year senior, and he told us the other day he never thought that he would spend 4 or 5 years in college. In the air, left center field for Piasecki, who splits the gap. This gets to the track, and Piasecki has a leadoff double for Troy.
Oh, he's the starting point. He's the engine. He's the one that could not get on base in game 1 for Troy. Now starts it off. Has made a huge adjustment from game 1. Instead of trying to pull the ball, goes the other way. Pitch middle away, hit it where they aim. And that's exactly what he does. Left center field, gets on second base in scoring position.
This Troy offense has been rolling. You talk about the NCAA tournament, 7 NCAA tournament games. They're averaging right at 11 runs per game.
Eddie, you had just said it, that the top guys in front of Jimmy Janicki have to produce today for Troy. And that includes this guy, 5th-year senior third baseman Josh Pine. Indiana transfer, originally from Bloomfield, Indiana, and the NCAA's active career hits and doubles leader.
And what I love about Troy, they move around in the plate. They know that the changeup is Elliott's strength. So they're hitting closer to him and on the plate a little bit more.
There it is, too. First changeup today, and that's the one for Hunter Elliott. Now, for him, though, against the right-handed hitters, he's going to have to show the fastball. Even if you don't throw it for strikes, at least show it to the inside part of the plate to try to speed those bats up to be able to get to his best pitch, which is his changeup.
That's a great pitch. That's a pitch. It's meant for a chase pitch out of the zone. Now he has to be able to keep it down there to be effective and allow his defense to work.
Hunter Elliott's 1-2. Hunter was telling us the other day, he said, my whole life I've had the changeup. It's been the pitch when he burst onto the scene as a freshman, a guy who was so good in the NCAA tournament 4 years ago, including on this stage, starting in game 2 of the finals against Oklahoma. Pop foul by Pine.
They sped him up there, 91 miles per hour with a fastball. Changeup, you're looking at around a 7-mile-per-hour difference between one and the other, and that's one of the big reasons why his numbers are a lot better against right-handed hitters than left-handed hitters.
Hunter Elliott, 23 years old now. Tommy John is a sophomore, and he basically missed 2 full seasons. 2-2. No chase from Pine.
Hunter Elliott's 2 starts in the regional, 1 in regional, 1 in super regional play. Not great. The ERA is right at 6, and that's why this first inning is big for him. If he could stack a 0 or 2, that confidence is going to go up, and he'll be off and rolling from there.
Payoff pitch. Pine strikes out on a dandy of a changeup.
There it is. The old death ball. That's what that is from Hunter Elliott. And he's got one of the best in the business. We talked about it. 49% swing and miss on this pitch right here. It's a circle change. 3-2 count. And look, he's going to throw it in just about any count, any situation. Talk about 49%. What does that mean to you at home? The average D1 changeup is swung and missed at only 33% to kind of give you an idea. And he's at 49%. So a plus pitch for Hunter Elliott.
Just had a pitch communication device pause in the action. So many of the fielders in the college game are allowed to wear them if they want to. So we got to make sure that everyone is fitted with what in the business we call our IFBs.
Got to charge the batteries.
All right, 1 out, 1 on for Blake Cavell, the Aussie first baseman. Huge expectations for Cavell entering this year. Preseason Sun Belt Player of the Year all over the place, who got up to a slow start. They actually benched him at one point, but then we showed you the numbers since the start of May. Blake Cavell's been cooking.
And that's the one pitch that Cavell will continue to expand on if isn't able to lay off. You'll see Elliott try to just go a little bit further down and away as he threw him 2 straight sliders to get ahead 0-2.
That's kind of what's new for Hunter Elliott is the breaking ball. Like you mentioned, Mike, he's always had the fastball changeup, but he's tried to shorten up the breaking ball. That's 2 really good ones.
Nomenclature is important when it comes to breaking balls. So let's get ahead of this right now. Hunter Elliott has a slider that has gyro spin. It's that short slider that you saw. And then he has what he calls the big sweeper.
Right. One kind of staying on plane, sweeping across his own. The gyro means it's almost straight down type action.
That's the sweeper right there at 79.
Yeah. Sweeper's always going to be a little bit slower than what the traditional slider is going to be when you talk about velocity.
Mike Bianco looks on, a guy that he has spent so much time with over these 5 years. Two. Wow. Painted at 91 and back-to-back Ks for Hunter Elliott.
Come on now. Leadoff double, and how about back-to-back strikeouts by Hunter Elliott? One on a 3-2 changeup. That one just 91 miles an hour, and you can see finally just rock to the outside part. And that's what I call knocking a little paint off the outside corner right there. You can't throw a 4-seam fastball any better than that.
Little chips falling off that edge. So 2 outs for Jimmy Janicki, superstar sophomore catcher. Boy, he impressed the other day against West Virginia. 2 for 4. Opposite field double that came off his bat at 105 miles an hour. A walk, and then a home run that he hit 430 feet.
And if he loses here, Elliott, against Janicki, it's going to be off the changeup, not the fastball in the zone.
Why?
Runner in scoring position. This is your circle guy. You do have first base open. I know it's early in the game. You have a left-handed hitter behind him. You want to make sure that that circle guy in that lineup, when he can do damage with runners in scoring position, doesn't beat you.
1-1.
That's confidence. That pitch is up in the zone and still Janicki does not recognize it and is way ahead. Boy, get the Ole Miss fans up.
And if he trusts it right now, the changeup, because that pitch kind of going left to right, working back. Now he can throw the changeup out of the same window and have it go the opposite direction.
Janicki spreads out a little bit more.
1-2. Down, and Elliott strikes out the side to leave a man at second.
That's big time right there. Leadoff double, but no problem for the veteran Hunter Elliott. Man, he gets it done. How about back-to-back punch outs to get the Rebels off the field? They're looking to score first in this one. And Hunter Elliott, folks, he is fired up.
Three strikeouts from Hunter Elliott on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Let's take a look at the Ole Miss batting order, brought to you by Capital One. Dom Decker leads off, and then the program's all-time home runs leader, Judd Utermark, follows.
Yeah, Utermark hitting .311 coming into this season. That leads the team. He's going to have to use the opposite field in order to be successful here. Wind's blowing out straight away center field. Built for both teams, but I think a little bit of an edge could go to Ole Miss.
And that lineup will face the senior 6-foot 197-pounder Tommy Egan on the mound, making his 20th appearance of the year, his 18th start. ERA a little bit above 5, but I tell you what, he can strike you out. 99 strikeouts. The key for him today is keep the hitters off balance. He's going to have to use his cutter, his curveball, and his changeup to go along with an upper 80s, low 90s type fastball. And look, for him, I think he needs to do some work on the inside part of the plate to these right-handed hitters, because he throws a natural cut fastball. It's been going a little bit right to left. Everything he has goes right to left. So if I'm Ole Miss and I know that, I'm going to take away the inside part of the plate. I'm going to get my toes up on the plate. If I'm right-handed, I'm going to look for the ball middle away.
Dom Decker leads off against Tommy Egan, fifth-year senior from Chicago. Ole Miss only had 2 runs on Friday against North Carolina. Jason DeCaro was great for the Tar Heels, and then right after the first couple of pitches, Caden Glauber, maybe the best freshman in America, was 2 for Carolina. Egan to Decker, and the first pitch on a hop past Blake Cavell down the right field line. Dom Decker speeds to second, and Ole Miss rocking on the first pitch.
Not wasting any time. First pitch, he sees it. This is the ball that you have to have. You're playing in the College World Series. The infield has to play excellent defense. And it seems almost like the same start that Troy had the first time. Top spin on it, but you have to put your body in front of it if you're a first baseman.
That ball was blistered. I tell you, it was hooking too toward the right field foul pole. And I think that fooled the first baseman, Cavell, just a little bit.
96 miles an hour off the bat. That should be an error. And then this one gets away from Jimmy Janicki on a breaking ball in the dirt. And it is so similar to how things started for Troy in the bottom of the first inning on Friday against Armani Guzman in West Virginia.
Yeah, if you go back, the Trojans did not play great defense in game 1 against West Virginia. They had 2 errors. It cost them 1 earned run. And of course, that would have changed the entire complexion of the game. This Ole Miss offense is too good.
Look, when you have your knee down as a catcher, a lot of people either love it or hate it because it saves on the legs of the catcher, but you're taught to keep that open mitt because you don't have the ability to go sideways laterally to be able to block. So you cannot close the mitt. You have to keep it open. and use it as a paddle to try to keep the ball in front of you.
So now Decker's at third. 1-1 to Judd Utermark. Roped into left field, and Ole Miss draws first blood.
This is what I'm talking about from Ole Miss, and this is what I'm talking about from Tommy Egan, the pitcher for the Trojans. He better figure out a way to get to the inside part of the plate, because I know Ole Miss hitters, man, and they're going to get their toes up on the plate. They're going to look for the ball working away.
That pitch stayed up. Stays up, and this is just a big man right there wearing number 27 on his back and try to keep his team on his back offensively.
Will Furness now. First pitch dribbler at short. Piasecki flips. Sean Darnell turns, and it's 2. Much needed for Tommy Egan.
These first innings are so tough for pitchers, man. You're trying to figure out what's working. You're facing the other team's best hitters right out of the chute. The heartbeat is very high. This will help settle down Tommy Egan right here. A little 6-4-3 double play.
And you see Tommy Egan nodding. This fits with everything we learned when we chatted with Tommy Egan the other day, and everything Skylar Meade said to his pregame. He said Tommy Egan will not get sped up. This kid will be laughing on the mound. And pregame, he'll be doing handstands as part of his warm-up routine.
Well, he's got a lot of experience, and experience really matters. He's approaching 200 collegiate innings under his belt. So he's been around the block once or twice, making his 43rd career start, his 51st career appearance.
Started at junior college, then was at Houston, then 2 years at UIC.
Well, that's all.
Now his 1 year at Troy.
And he holds his hands down low. They're always in action. Outfield's going to be playing very deep here with 2 outs now in the bottom half of the first, and the wind blowing out.
It's the powerful cleanup man, Tristan Becerra. Clemson transfer, second on the team in OPS. Native of Greenville, South Carolina. 0 for 4 Friday, 2 strikeouts against North Carolina pitching.
2-1. Here we go.
How about the hitch that Becerra has when he loads to get ready for the pitch? Starts with his hands a little bit out, then drops them down. If you're an old schooler, you think about Phil Plantier with those hands back down low. But he has to get it started early to be able to catch up to a pitch up in the zone.
5-pitch walk, and Becerra's aboard.
When you think about Ole Miss from an offensive standpoint, guys, the batting average not great. They only hit .264. That was 13th out of 16 teams in the SEC. Runs per game towards the bottom as well. But what they do best is they punch, and they punch big. And I mean, by that, they hit home runs. 107 long balls on the year. That's top 15 in the country. And that's how they do their damage with the long ball.
Yeah, they have the highest strikeout rate in the SEC, and they make the least contact. But this is one of their contact bat the ball guys, Hayden Federico, who, when they put him up in the 5 spot earlier this season, early in SEC play, it really helped the offense, solidifying that spot middle of the order and kind of breaking up the swing and miss in the lineup. Roller to first and fielded foul by Blake Cabell. How Hayden Federico started and how he has finished his sophomore season.
Great turnaround, great adjustments as well. Puts the ball in play.
Federico worked 2 walks on Friday against Carolina. 1-1. Opposite way, slicing down the line. That's a fair ball, and it gets past Drew Nelson. Tristan Becerra scores on an RBI double from Hayden Federico.
If you watch where the pitch was located, Federico allowed the ball to travel and is able to keep it fair, hitting it the other way as it tailed away from Drew Nelson in left field. With 2 outs, you try to have the outfield play no doubles, but that right there, no man's land for Drew Nelson in left, and scores his teammate all the way from first base. Great start for Ole Miss.
And where was the pitch? And how many pitches have you seen come to the inside part of the plate so far? I'm telling you, Ole Miss is a veteran. They're a veteran lineup, and they are just going to eliminate the inside part of the plate from both sides. They're going to eliminate it, and they're going to look middle away, and that's what they're doing so far.
But it's interesting because he pitches to glove side against the righties, but he pitches to arm side against the lefties so far. You would think that with the cutter and with all that action, he would come hard in, or at least cutting into the left.
You would think so. But until he does it, I'm telling you, they're going to look middle away on both sides of the plate.
2 unearned runs for Ole Miss in the first.
Well, no.
And away, and it just missed to start out Owen Pano.
It's almost kind of counterintuitive because he also stands on the first base side of the rubber.
Does he not come in because it's lighter velocity? I mean, he averages 88 with his fastball.
I think that's a part to it. But again, I think we need to do a better job teaching our pitchers to use both sides of the plate, even with aluminum bats. I think it's so important. But it boils down to fastball command, and can you command the ball? And a lot of guys don't trust their command to be able to get it with lower velocities to the inside part of the plate because they're scared of making a mistake out over the plate.
This one in the dirt, and a free 90 for Hayden Federico.
Just think about it. This inning starts with an error. There are already 2 wild pitches. He's been fortunate to get that double play, but right now, Ole Miss just putting the pressure on and taking really good secondaries. Uh-oh, did not stick the landing.
Scorpion.
It happens. Doesn't look comfortable.
No.
Tommy Egan trying to limit the damage.
Well, no,
just down. 3-1 on Owen Pano. Troy has not played crisp baseball in its 1 game and change here in Omaha. Roller foul, full count. Pano was a massive recruit coming out of high school from Poughkeepsie, New York. Last year started a dozen games at shortstop as a freshman. Mike Bianco is still super high on Owen Pano. He was telling us earlier today. 3-2. Painted on the back door to end the inning. But Ole Miss gets a couple unearned runs. And 2 teams trying to save their seasons are off and running on day 3 in Omaha. The Rebels get 2 on the board to start out against Troy. 4 years ago, Hunter Elliott showed up as a very poised freshman, pitching on the big stage in the NCAA tournament, including here in a couple of starts in Omaha. None bigger than Game 2 of the finals, the clinching game against Oklahoma.
I'll tell you, true freshmen are not supposed to hop up on this stage and do what Hunter Elliott did back in 2022.
Let's check in with Taylor.
Well, the reason he's able to do that is because everybody will tell you he is the most competitive guy they've ever been around. And when we asked him about that, he said, well, I have to credit my older brother Hayden because my entire life we were always competing and he always won. So I had to be able to step up, and that really created a competitive fire within me.
It makes sense. A brother that's 7 years older is going to fuel your competitiveness.
Hard to catch up right there, right?
Especially when he doesn't let you win and you have to earn to win.
Steve Meyer leads off for Troy. We were talking with Cade Townsend the other day. Cade went so far as to say for Hunter Elliott that it's Elliott's superpower, his competitive edge. He said you can see some of the intimidation coming off Hunter Elliott. Taylor Rabe was saying to us that he actually asked Hunter at one point about having a brother that much older. And I guess Hunter Elliott said to Taylor Rabe, yeah, I would just go in the house and get rocked by my brother all the time. It's up high, 3-1 on the Troy center fielder in the 5 spot.
One thing to keep an eye on with Hunter Elliott, he's never had great command. This year, 42 walks in 80 1/3. Last year, 40 walks in 85 innings, too. So every now and then he struggles with command.
Meyer aboard for Troy.
No, really interesting. The left-handed hitters for Troy so far have been up on the plate and closer to Elliott, moving forward towards the field, trying to take away that slider that he does not dominate really well.
Another left-hand bat here in Drew Nelson. You see Elliott's recent struggles against lefties. And worth watching. Opposing coaches in the SEC will tell you that Hunter Elliott owns the best pickoff move in the conference.
And it's been a totally different year for him. When he came back last year in 2025, Hunter Elliott won 10 games and pitched to a 2.9 ERA. And for whatever reason this year, the ERA's jumped up just north of 5. Now, he's had a little bit of bad luck. If you go back and look at the batted balls put in play, some balls have fallen in on, weak contact. And that happens from year to year, but it's not been the year that he's wanted for sure.
In the air from Drew Nelson to left. Long way to go for Randall to run it down and foul ground. A natural shortstop. Braden Randall looking fine in left.
Now, that's a really nice play for Randall, and it's a lot easier when you are an infielder and you go to the outfield to make plays coming in instead of back. He had a long way to go, and in this ballpark, you have more foul ball territory. Takes a peek. Makes a highlight, and most likely he'll be watching that on SportsCenter tonight.
That's a tough play, too, because the ball off the left-handed bat's constantly just slicing away from him, but he used that closing speed to get to it.
It was like the sprinters lean over the finish line there. 1 out, 1 on. 7-man Sean Darnell. Second baseman in year 2 with Troy after 2 years of junior college to start his career. With his 38-win Troy team, one of the last 4 teams into the NCAA tournament. Hit well, launched to right field by Darnell, and Troy's on the board. We're tied.
Well, we talked about this earlier. Hunter Elliott last year, 85 innings of work. He only allowed 4 home runs. A little over 80 this year. That's the 15th home run that he's allowed. And that's that breaking ball that we talked about. Looking middle away, tried to get it to the outside part of the plate. It never got there. And it goes right into the barrel of Darnell. His 5th long ball of the year. His 48th RBI, and we are all new again.
6 left-handed hitters in this lineup, but he's trying to spin it to try to get strike 1 on him. And Darnell met him at the front door. Sees it, hits it, barrels it, ties it up with 1 swing.
Now Jay Boroff. Hunter Elliott was saying to us the other day that he's gotten hurt against lefties on breaking ball execution. He told us it's been his biggest downfall against lefties. And Eddie, you were talking about those struggles left on left.
Yeah, those struggles, the numbers do not lie. You have 6 lefties there. Troy has hit left-handed pitching really well all season. They stay in, they think middle the other way, and if they catch it out front, that's exactly what happens. I'll tell you this, though, and I don't understand, with as good as Elliott's changeup is, and I know it's a big no-no left on left to throw changeups, but it's his best pitch. And after a while, Tom Glavine, Hall of Famer, started throwing those left on left changeups, and you see more of it at the higher level. He has yet to do it against a left-handed hitter.
And traditionally for the season, they have been comfortable doing it. (3-1) to Jabe Ruth, who walks on 5 pitches. 2 walks in the inning from Hunter Elliott.
Elliott sharp in the first inning, a leadoff double and 3 strikeouts to get off the field, but not as sharp. That's 2 walks and 4 batters.
When you have an elite offense and you can make adjustments in a hurry. He was adding and subtracting in the first inning to be able to get those back-to-back-to-back strikeouts. Right now, he's attempted to do it. The second half of the lineup has made those adjustments.
Hey, for the latest news, insight, and in-depth analysis from the 2026 Men's College World Series, go to NCAA.com, the official online home for all NCAA championships.
Ben, why do pitching coaches and do not like the left-on-left changeup?
If it's thrown in the right place, it's a really good pitch. But if you miss a little bit left on left, and because when I get you out in front, what's the pitch when you're belling left on left? You're belling a little bit. You can cover the ball to the inside part of the plate. If you get it down and away, it can be a good pitch. But I think it boils down with Hunter Elliott is his command. We talked about his walks, and while it's a good pitch, he doesn't always command it like he wants to.
Houston Markham, another lefty. So Elliott to righties throws the changeup 40% of the time this year. To lefties, he does it, but only 11% of the time. And beat with the breaking ball to Darnell. Nothing at 2. Very quickly on Houston Markham.
Quick visit to the mound. Next 2 pitches, fastballs on the upper side of the zone.
And for strikes. Yeah. And when a pitching coach goes out, it seems like 90% of the time the next pitch is going to be a strike. For whatever reason, it just feels like that.
There's some metrics for you. Swing and a miss.
See, that's the one he wants. And if he can get the lefties and he can throw the slider there where it starts in the middle part of the plate and he works it off the outside edge, it will be a good pitch for him. The home run that was hit by Darnell was obviously a hanger left right in the heart of the zone. Started a little bit too far in, but again, it boils down to command. Can you command your pitches and get them to where you want to get them?
Back to the top, Aaron Piasecki. Doubled the opposite way to left center to start the ball game. Piasecki, the transfer from Central Michigan. 1 year there, before that 2 years of junior college. Skylar Meade told us it's elite bat to ball. And he's put on about 20 pounds since he showed up in Troy. Hits it well to right center, but it'll hang up for Tristan Becerra to end the inning. Troy ties it with Sean Darnell.
Yeah, Sean Darnell, I tell you what, Watch him just lean on this hanging breaking ball. Hunter Elliott makes a mistake trying to get it to the outside part. It never got there. Sean Darnell ties this thing up on one swing with his 5th long ball of the year.
NCAA Men's College World Series is presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? It's an elimination game in Omaha. Loser goes home while the winner stays alive another couple of days. Next up, the winner would play Tuesday afternoon against whoever loses tonight between North Carolina and West Virginia.
All right, here we go.
Troy's first Men's College World Series. Ole Miss back for the first time since the Natty in 2022. Sean Darnell ties this game at 2 off Hunter Elliott. 7, 8, and 9 for the Rebs, starting with Austin Foley, power hitting catcher from Florida, against Tommy Egan. Foley 21 pumps last year. The bat's taken a step back overall this year, but still 13 home runs. Mike Bianca was saying to us today, 10 of those in conference play.
Yeah, you better be careful with that hanger that he just threw him at 84 miles per hour right down the middle. I think Mike Bianco is wondering, why didn't you pull the trigger on that one?
That's why he's taking off the hat, taking it for a spin.
Whoa. Ay, bendito sea el Señor.
Could have been.
Should have been.
Tommy Egan wanted that one too. Little front door break ball, not where he wanted it. See where the catcher set up on the outside part of the plate.
That's a strike.
What I love is he catches it deep.
Yeah, well, you have to. I mean, that gives the umpire a chance to call it a strike. You reach out and catch that ball out in front, he's not going to give it to you.
So now danger zone. Do not want to issue a leadoff walk. Tommy Egan's 3-2. Foley fouls it off himself. It's going to be so much spin from Tommy Egan.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he's going to do, you know, and he doesn't throw many fastballs. Typically, Egan throws about 30% fastballs, and even the fastballs he does throw has a little bit of cut to it, a little bit of right to left to it. Then the cutter, the curveball behind it, and he'll throw you an occasional changeup. We've not seen one yet.
Foley on a line, tailing toward right center, and it drops down for a 2-strike hit. 108 off the bat of Austin Foley.
That's a big man, seeing a lot of pitches, everything cutting away from him. Being a catcher, you're able to stay on a little bit more. Understanding and adjusting to the pitch. Hitting it right back up the middle. High leg kick, puts that foot down.
Foley on for Braden Randall. Left fielder in the 8th spot from Rockwall, Texas.
Now, Ole Miss is a team that don't steal many bases at all. Only 49 stolen bases on the season, but they are one of the best going first to third on a base hit and scoring from second base on a base hit. So while they don't steal a lot of bases, they are a good base running team.
Yeah.
Egan gets this call. It's 0-2. Skylar Meade was telling us about Tommy Egan this morning. He said he's a spin demon. He said it's literally 3 different breaking balls. And then he said similar to Joey Volchko, just with different velo. The fastball cuts. Ooh. Hit well. Right field, Braden Randall. See ya.
You could see that one coming. I mean, that breaking ball goes right back into the barrel of Randall. And I mean right into the barrel. Only Randall's 4th long ball of the year, his 23rd RBI, and the Hotty Toddy boys back out on top.
I'll tell you what, a week and a half ago, we were in Athens, Georgia, and we witnessed a lot of home runs, and I have a feeling we're going to witness the same thing this afternoon. He set it right into the barrel, lifting it, and getting that 2-run lead back.
Okay, for both of you, we have 2 total home runs in this game. How many do we end with when this game goes final?
A total?
Yes, please.
I'm going to say a total of 5.
I'll take the over.
You don't get to say over. You got to have a number. The question was a number. Now, that's low-hanging fruit to take the over. I said 5. Your number is?
My number is 8.
Oh, wow.
Ben sounds a little agitated.
My number's 8. And one of the big reasons is neither pitcher is yet to be able to establish anything in.
Well, that's what we talked about early, and that was my concern with both of these pitchers against 2 teams that can really swing it.
And it's not overpowering velo.
And it doesn't have to be, though. If you trust your command and you can shove it in there, you don't have to throw it for a strike. Throw it a little off the plate. Just make them think you might every now and then, and that just opens up the outside part.
Colin Reuter grounds out to Aaron Piasecki.
But until both of these pitchers show that they will use the inside part of the plate, the hitters will just eliminate the inside part and look middle away, and that's what they've done so far.
And with the combination of no shadows, with the combination of the velocity of the pitchers and the flag where it's blowing today, nothing to take away from both of the starters, but that is a credit to the hitters in this game.
Back to the top, Dom Decker with action in the bullpen. That's one of the starting pitchers for Troy, Hayden Smith. Typically the Sunday starter. Ball and a strike on Dom Decker here in Omaha for the 2nd year in a row with different teams. Murray State last year. Murray State, who upset Ole Miss in the regionals in Oxford last season. Roller right side at the second baseman, Sean Darnell. 2 down. How would you like to be Dom Decker and come here 2 years in a row?
2 different uniforms.
He told us that's all he's been hearing over the last week, and he's been trying to politely tell everyone he doesn't want to talk about last year. He respects the questions. He's really focused on this group.
You think he's had sushi here in Omaha? Because he knows where to go, most likely. That's what you do.
Hey, yeah, pick up a copy of the Omaha World Herald if you want to learn about our eating habits. 2 outs, bases empty. Judd Utermark.
Middle of the country? Who knew?
In a landlocked state, no less. RBI single to the pull side for Big Judd, his first time. 6'5", 250, big hunk of sugar.
You talk about fill up a batter's box. He certainly does that.
Mike Bianco said to us today, Tim Elko 2.0. Very similar path. Really good high school player. Got to Ole Miss. struggled with injury, struggled to be a regular player. And then the breakout last year for Utermark with 22 home runs, 22 more this year. And like Elko 4 years ago, Utermark and Hunter Elliott, the faces of the program this year. That locks him up on a backup breaking ball, and Utermark strikes out. But Ole Miss reclaims the lead on a big fly, the second of maybe 5 or 8 home runs today.
A spinning down and in, and Randall from the 8-hole makes it a 2-run game again. Rebels taking the lead.
Welcome back here to Omaha, joined now by Troy head coach Skylar Meade. I just saw you have a conversation with your catcher, Janicki. What is he telling you in this moment?
Well, we're just making sure, where pitches are missing, just so we have an idea as we go pitch to pitch. And, Tommy's just got to execute. Obviously, the 0-2 breaking ball hit out's unfortunate, just the way baseball goes. But, we got after our guys after first inning. We came, and that was not a good inning for us. But the great part about our guys is when you challenge them, we've talked about it in the meetings, they respond, and they immediately responded.
We saw you before the game. You were throwing batting practice to try to emulate the arm slot of the pitchers you'll face. Why is it important for you to do that?
Well, there's most you can create visuals to represent what the guys are going to see. It's all about just preparation in the sense of, hey, I'm going to see this, and so I'm going to smoke the ball in BP. Therefore, hopefully, I smoke in the game.
How does your arm feel?
Oh, my arm's golden. I got that thing fixed. I'm A-okay now.
Thank you, Mike.
He got it fixed. He's good to go.
He's the third base coach, too, so he's got to hustle to third right now.
Yeah.
Pitch calm, run it through.
Oh, how about the pitch calm saving him
Does that
there?
bail him out?
Yes, it does.
First base dugout. Skylar Meade, who, about halfway through the season, took over coaching third. They wanted to have some of their offensive guys in the dugout instead. And so Skylar Meade's busy, man. And that's why he doesn't sleep. He made a comment after they clinched in Super Regionals that you put everything you have into getting here. He said you don't sleep. You don't stop thinking. So we asked him today, how much do you sleep? He's up at 4 a.m. every day, sleeps 5.5 hours per night.
It's not bad. 5.5 hours. I'll take that.
It's not good.
It's not?
It's not ideal. But it works for him, because I tell you what, he's got a ton of energy.
He told us if he weren't going to be a coach, he'd be one of 3 things: storm chaser, an actor, or to go to law school.
Those are 3 pretty similar things.
He took a theater class in his time at Louisville. What a job he's done with this Troy program. 5th-year head coach. Pitched here in 07 as a player for Louisville. Worked his way up as a pitching coach. Eventually from Michigan State to South Carolina, and the head coaching job at Troy. They finally got the at-large spot after heartbreak the last 2 years. He said last year not getting in was a travesty.
Well, what he did was he amped up the teams that he played in non-conference, and their non-conference strength of schedule for Troy this year, #1 in the entire country. So that gets the RPI up because of the quality of the competition.
At Mississippi State, at Georgia twice, at Vandy, at Alabama, home against Alabama. He said we scheduled like maniacs. They were not going to let it happen again. Hunter Elliott's 1-2. Josh Pine spits on it.
That's making the adjustment. Pine struck out on a changeup last time. Hunter Elliott tried to repeat the dosage, did not bite. But don't think Hunter Elliott is going to give in on it.
Up the ladder.
Wow, Bopple. Look, so this is great pitching right now from the left-hander. He goes changeup down 2-2 and then elevates the fastball. And that fastball, then it speeds up on you as a hitter. You're thinking, okay, I can't chase down, but you know what? If you're looking up, you better be able to catch up to this, and it's really hard when it's right above the hands.
Yeah, and I think when you're Troy, you think about what his best pitch is, a changeup. And you sit on changeup with Hunter Elliott, he has enough velo to get the fastball by you top shelf, and that's just what he did.
I'll tell you what I do. What I would do against Hunter Elliott is sit up, not change up. You look location off of him. Anything that is middle down, it's not designed to be a strike when he throws it. Everything up is what's going to be called a strike.
0-1 on Blake Cavell. In the air, left side. And onto the outfield grass. Oh, and Pano lands the dismount. 2 down.
That wind is blowing out, and I think everybody's obviously got to be aware, the infielders and the outfielders, which way the flags are blowing, because those balls want to creep out towards center field. You see the wind right there. 10 miles per hour, the north-northwest.
That gives me nightmares, Ben. Anything up in the air pop up, I would straight out yell panic, panic. And everyone that played with me understood that that means.
And if it was windy, it was even worse, huh?
Oh, yeah. I would yell, don't panic. That means I have it.
No, you would yell just somebody else catch it.
Panic.
Yeah.
But I was talking to myself. Loudly.
Pano got it in the end. Now Jimmy Janicki, who struck out on a changeup his first time. On appeal, no swing from Janicki. Great company for Jimmy Janicki with 20 homers and 20 doubles. We asked Skylar Meade today, how'd you get Jimmy Janicki? Skylar Meade watched Jimmy Janicki play 2 innings of a game on the circuit in high school, and he was hooked. Used his connections to connect with Jimmy Janicki. At this time, it was players calling coaches more so. Jimmy Janicki called Skylar Meade, who is at his favorite place in the world, Chipotle.
Forgot to ask him what was his favorite order.
We didn't get that far. Skylar Meade picks up the phone. And he says, Jimmy, I am really into you. And here's how you know. I walked out of my meal at Chipotle to talk to you on the phone. 2-1 is down. 3-1 on Janicki, who, if you haven't heard by now, projected as a maybe top 10 pick next year.
Such an important inning for Hunter Elliott. His team went out and gave him 2 in the first. He gave those 2 back in the top of the second. Then his team goes out and gives him 2 more. So he doesn't want to lose another lead.
Five-pitch walk. Free pass from Elliott. Well, that's why scouts are drooling over Jimmy Janicki. I mean, he got a pitch away the other day and pulled it 430.
Yeah, I mean, Coach told us he can really go out because of his length and his arms, and he can circle balls on the outside part of the play. That ball was off the outside edge or just on the outside edge, and he just simply went out and hooked it for his 20th long ball of the year. And think about Janicki, man, 86 RBIs as well. And that's 86 RBIs in, what, 69 games.
So base runner for Steve Meyer. Walked his first time. Glove side heater for a strike.
Prolific run producer Janicki is, but again, Troy has to be able to get the guys in front of him on.
Oh no!
Pretty good pitch there. You could tell Hunter Elliott wanted that one. How about Mike Bianco in his 26th year as the head coach of Ole Miss? He is the longest tenured coach in the Southeastern Conference, not just in baseball, in any sport in the Southeastern Conference.
How much credit should we give him for your success at LSU?
A lot. Mike taught me a lot, and I knew Mike was going to be a manager. I knew he was going to be a head coach one day because obviously he was a catcher, but he handled a very good pitching staff that we had. Russell Springer, Curtis Viscanic, Paul Bird, Chad Auger. We had 7 big league pitchers on that staff our junior year.
That's down.
Some high IQ pitching there too.
We couldn't hit very good. Don't tell Mike I said that. We didn't. We had to win by pitching and defense. I was not part of the gorilla ball days that would come starting in 1991, but Mike did his share, man. He hit the ball out of the ballpark, but he was as good of a defensive catcher as there was in the college game.
2-2.
Yes, sir.
Handed at the bottom of the zone for Hunter Elliott, who bookends the scoreless third with a couple of Ks.
He needed that in a big way, too. He needed to go out and throw a shutout inning. He did it, too. A little bit of traffic, but I tell you what, another four-seamer, just a paint piece on the outside edge. The Hotty-Toddy boys up 4-2 early in this one.
What do you guys see from Tommy Egan on the mound so far?
I'll tell you this, as a hitter, you look at the zone and everything is cutting the same way. Hitters are staying right back up the middle. They're seeing it up, and they can adjust down with the velo and the shape of each of his pitches. Give a lot of credit to Ole Miss and the plan of attack.
These two offenses can do it, man, and it's going to be up to the pitchers to be able to make, not strikes. I mean, there's a difference between controlling the strike zone and commanding the strike zone. If you control the strike zone, you're throwing the ball over the white part of the plate. And that can get you some outs sometimes. But when you're commanding the strike zone, that's a totally different level. That's getting the ball to the quadrant that you want to get the ball into.
Saw only 2 swings and misses in now 41 pitches for Tommy Egan, who was very good in his super regional start last weekend against Little Rock. But before that, he said his last few outings had been really rough.
And here's the other piece of that. Both of these pitchers don't have what I call elite stuff. And so it's important to be able to work from ahead. And you see the count at 2-0 already for Egan here against Furness. And he needs to throw strike one. He needs to put hitters on defense right away. And that's kind of where he struggled early in this ballgame.
3-0 on the 3-hitter for Ole Miss, Will Furness.
Will Furness has been around for a while, too. And don't think he doesn't have the green light here, 3-0, if he gets what he's looking for.
We saw a 3-0 green light from Judd Udemark on Friday.
And look, bottom of the 3rd inning, every inning, the leadoff hitter has been able to get on for Ole Miss. You continue to put traffic on the bases. You're forcing now Egan to try to get a ground ball. And right now, the Ole Miss team is not hitting those grounders. He's getting those fly balls, and they're hitting it and barreling it well.
Skylar Meade comes out, and I think he's going to make a pitching change.
Yeah.
He usually jogs when he's just talking. He usually walks when he's making a move, and I bet he's going to Hayden Smith here.
Can't let this get away anymore.
Here's the lefty. Hayden Smith, the Kentucky transfer, enters in this elimination game at the College World Series.
Baseball on ESPN. The Rays head west to take on the Dodgers at 10 Eastern. Watch it live on ESPN or stream it on the ESPN app. Oh, what a pretty uniform. See Kevin Cash there?
Speaking of Kevin Cash, two-time AL Manager of the Year, couple College World Series appearances for him with a certain school down south.
It's amazing because that's the last time he could really hit, is when he had that uniform on.
Kevin, that was Eduardo. That was not me.
How about Kevin Cash, though? Think about this. Played in the Little League World Series, played in the College World Series, and managed a World Series at the big league level.
Tommy Egan out of this game. Shortest start of the season for a guy who was a real rock in the rotation this year for Troy. He's hoping it's not the end of his college career, but he gives way for now to Hayden Smith, junior lefty from Nicholasville, Kentucky.
Making his 19th appearance. He's got 7 starts under his belt. 49 innings of work. He's not a big strikeout guy. Only 28 strikeouts in 49 innings of work, but a very good opponent's batting average. Just .226 and the ERA outstanding at 2.94. So he's a pitch to contact guy.
Yeah, that ERA top 6 in the Sun Belt. Very good conference. He goes left on left with Tristan Bassett, the cleanup man. That's a strike at 89.
And that's kind of where that velo is going to be for him. He'll touch a 91, 92 occasionally. And there's the curveball, the changeup, a little slider behind it.
Hayden Smith has given up 2 home runs on the season, both to left-handed hitters.
Hayden Smith's a redshirt junior. 3 years at Kentucky. Across those 3 years, it was only about 15 innings or so for him. Redshirted as a freshman, limited work over the next 2 years. And after Troy won in the regional, Hayden Smith said, "The school I came from is no longer playing. That's all I got to say about that.
Well, he's hoping to get one on the ground and see if his defense can get 2.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Skylar Meade said to us today, we have to turn a big double play at some point in this game. It seemed like he knew, especially with some pitch to contact arms, they were going to be first up for him today. Strike 3 called. 1 away.
And that's his game, too. Hayden Smith loves the bottom part of the strike zone. 2 and a 4-seam fastball, and he'll sink it and try to create those ground balls. But I love this pitch right here. That's a 2-seam fastball. Just paints it right on the outside edge. Well done.
A little slap to the back of the neck like we saw from his teammate Zach Crotchfeld the other day.
Yeah.
Did you ever slap yourself, Ben?
No.
Do you plan to?
I'm not planning to.
Got it.
My wife pops me enough, so I don't have to.
Hayden Federico from the right side. Yeah, that went viral the other day. Zach Crotchfeld making his entrance from the right field bullpen.
Oh, yeah.
Two 2-0 on Federico, who had an RBI double from the left side his first time in the first inning.
Federico not only taking that pitch, but then giving a little bit of scouting to the guys on the bench and on deck, letting them know it was a changeup.
That tracks for Hayden Federico, the son of a longtime college coach. Sharing his insight with his dugout.
2-1.
Father Mike, there he is, former head coach at Louisiana Monroe, now on staff at Louisiana Tech. Hayden's dad always told him that they would not go to Omaha unless one of them earned it. They weren't going to go as fans. One of them had to coach there or get there as a player. And now they get to make this trip together.
That's what this game is about, in my opinion. It's about making memories, and memories that last forever. And when you make it to Omaha, it's just something you never, ever forget as a parent or a player.
Right.
2-2. Federico sharply foul.
Tell you this, Josh Payne was only a step and a dive from the line. This ball just barely nicked his glove. If it would have been a fair ball. Kept hooking foul.
Yep. But I like the way Hayden Smith's pitching, right? That's 2 fastballs in this at bat to the inside part of the plate. And so even though it's low velocity, here's a guy that's not afraid to shove that fastball in to be able to get to the changeup away.
More breaking ball, but same idea. Be able to speed him up. Federico covering the entire plate, understanding he can reach and can get to that pitch in and barrel it.
And for Smith, this is his first time coming out of the bullpen in nearly 2 months. All arms on deck for Troy. Their normal Sunday starting. That's up high. Full count on Federico.
Will Furnace going to be moving here?
I don't think so.
I don't either. No stolen bases on the year. And Ole Miss can swing and miss from time to time.
Ball 4.
That's down, ball 4. 2 walks in the inning. The first from Hayden Smith, and they're at first and second for the Rebs.
That's a great at-bat by Federico. Switch hitter. They flip him over to the right side, and he's able to foul some pitches on the inside part and does not chase to draw the walk.
2-1, we go left on left with Owen Pano. He struck out looking his first time.
Yep, that's a strike.
In between there, and it's strike one. Told you Owen Pano was a huge recruit. He was number 21 in his recruiting class, according to Perfect Game. That was a class that had Connor Griffin second in that class.
He's pretty good.
He was going to go to LSU if he wasn't drafted top 10 by the Pirates. Cam Caminetti was fourth in that class. He was going to LSU, but instead got drafted by the Braves. Pano was right in the mix with those types of guys like Will Schmidt, Derek Curiel in that class. Two on, one out, third inning. 1-2. Pano strikes out. Good answer from Hayden Smith.
Boy, and it was just a steady diet of fastballs to Pano on the outside part of the plate. 3 in a row. Finally got the swing and the miss that he was looking for. So Hayden Smith has shown us, man, he'll use both sides of the plate.
Now Austin Foley. Rocket single his first time to center. Challenges him with 89.
And a little bit up and in as well.
Big arms, longer swing, perfect location. Cannot let his arms get extended.
0-1.
Ball now.
Hayden Smith has been up to 95 this year, but it's upper 80s right now, and he throws his fastball 2/3 of the time.
I'm just looking at the analytical data that we got in front of us. He's got a high spin rate fastball, meaning it's probably got a little bit of vertical hop to it, just kind of stays on plane a little bit.
What's it do for a hitter, Eddie, when a fastball's like that?
Look, my philosophy with this whole thing, when you have a guy that comes from this angle and is able to throw 92 to 95, is you have to look up on guys like this. It appears as if the ball's rising. That's why you swing under it.
Under it. On the infield right side at Sean Darnell. The call and the catch. And Hayden Smith does his job. Skylar Mead's move to the pen pays off. Taylor's with Mike Bianco when we come back to Omaha in this elimination game.
Welcome back here to Omaha, joined now by Ole Miss head coach Mike Bianco. What has impressed you the most about the offensive approach from your group so far?
Just some good swings. You know, I think Egan got some breaking balls up. Obviously, our left-handers got some good swings on them. And, you know, but we got to continue because obviously they're here to play too. They got some good swings as well.
How did your group respond to the story you told them pregame?
Well, we'll see at the end, obviously. But, you know, just a little story about Tiger Woods' comeback in 2019. And, you know, again, you know, you're remembered for your successes, not your failures. And so hopefully, a little reminder to go for today.
Awesome. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
So the background on that is before every single game, Coach Bianco will tell his team a story, and he carries folders with him of stories he's collected, ones that he's used, ones that he still has to tell. This is a tradition he got from legendary LSU coach Skip Bertman, who used to do the exact same thing. And as he just mentioned, the theme of today's story is everybody loves a comeback. So he talked about in 2009, Tiger Woods was on top of the world, and then things didn't go his way. He battled addiction, lost his wife, crashed his car, but then eventually in 2019 won the Masters again, and everybody celebrated him. Why? Well, because everybody loves a comeback story, and so it's fitting because Ole Miss lost the first game in this tournament, guys.
All right, Taylor. Those things are stuff of legend, apparently. Mike Bianco pregame messages and stories. Drew Nelson, first pitch swinging into right and run down by Tristan Becerra, who got a great jump. Ben, do you have a favorite Mike Bianco story?
Mike Bianco is known, and it's legendary. You can pull him up on YouTube, some of the best pregame talks, and he'll grab a different story, and obviously he's got a folder full of them that'll kind of bounce around. Some of his own and some of the ones he's picked up. But the one thing I can say about Mike Bianco, and I think the most important thing to say about him is, and I've gone through this, when you send your young man off to college, you want the coach to teach him the game of baseball. But what's more important, you want to teach him the game of life, how to be a young man, how to conduct yourself both on and off the field. And that's the one thing I can say about Mike Bianco. Any kid that goes to Ole Miss is going to grow up. They're going to mature because of the man that Mike Bianco is. And I think that's the most important thing for me as a coach, because all these kids want to play at the MLB level. But the truth is, very few of them will make a living at the MLB level. But during life, these are life lessons they learn while in college. And that's what Mike Bianco does best. He turns a young man into a man by the time he leaves Oxford, Mississippi.
Well, let's tie it into Hunter Elliott. I mean, how impressive was Hunter Elliott giving his perspective on his 5 years when we talked with him the other day? I mean, it's a kid who said, I never saw my career going quite like this the last few years. But he told us I wouldn't change it for anything.
No, I mean, everybody has a journey. It's what makes you who you are. And you talk about Hunter Elliott's freshman year. He just burst onto the scene with a 2.7 ERA. And he had to think that, hey, I'm going to be here for another year or two, and I'm going to turn pro, and I'm going to be a high draft pick. Well, injuries started to set in his sophomore year after a great freshman year. One start, he hurts the elbow, does a PRP injection. It didn't work, has Tommy John surgery, misses the rest of the year, misses all of 2024, and bounces back to a wonderful 2025 last year, and now the numbers aren't quite as good. So everybody's got a story and a journey that they go through in sports. That's just part of it, but it makes you who you are.
2-2 to Sean Darnell, who gets hit by the pitch, and a man aboard for Troy in the fourth.
It's a story of perseverance, and it's a story that a lot of players in NCAA, in high school, in pro ball can relate to. The adversity, how do you bounce back from it? Darnell, who went deep in his first at-bat this time, gets on base, and he knows they need base runners. Looks into that dugout, try to motivate his players.
I can take y'all back to my freshman year in my College World Series experience. On the biggest stage, I'd never failed at anything in my life. I come in against Stanford, and Coach Bertman puts me in relief. I hit the first batter, I load the bases. We're in extra innings. We're up by 3 runs, and I give off a walk-off grand slam to Paul Carey. And it was the worst thing I ever experienced in my life, because I'd never failed at any sport at anything. And it punched me right in the gut. But it's what makes you better, you know. And I was due to ship off to the Alaskan Summer League a week later. And I called Coach Bertman and said, you know what, Coach, I don't think baseball's for me. And I'm going to just continue to play basketball at LSU because Dale Brown thinks I have a future in playing basketball. And I think I'm done with baseball. I didn't come out of my room for 3 days. I was so upset with what happened. But then Coach Bertman, Coach Brown, and others would call and say, listen, this is going to happen. This is sports. This is the game of baseball. You've been punched for the first time. And then I ship off to the Alaskan Summer League, and I still wasn't sure that I wanted to play baseball. And Mike McFarland, who was coaching the Alaskan Glacier Pilots at the time, he picks me up in the airport, and he picks me up and he goes, oh, by the way, opening day's tomorrow, and you're pitching game 1 for us this summer. The last pitch I threw went over the fence in Omaha at Rosenblatt. I didn't sleep a wink that night and got to the ballpark that day and still realized I don't know if I want to be here or not. But 30 minutes before the game, I get ready to go warm up, and the clubhouse kid comes over to me No, it was Mike McFarland. I'm sorry. Comes up on me. He gives me a piece of paper, and it's folded up. And he walks off. And the only thing he says to me is this how you want to be remembered? Whoa. And I open up this piece of paper, and I look at it. And the other coach on the other team thought it'd be funny to write down Paul Carey, 1 through 9 on the lineup. Paul Carey's not even playing on that team. He's not even playing in the Alaskan Summer League that summer. But he thought it'd be funny. I folded up that piece of paper, and I put it at the top of my locker. And I went and warmed up. But that was the kick in the rear end that I needed. 2.5 hours later, I thrown a complete game and struck out 14. Shutout, and we win the ball game. And as they say, the rest is history. And I took that piece of paper and I gave it back to the clubhouse kid after the game. I said, you go give this to that other coach. And I didn't mean it sarcastically, but tell him I said thank you, because I had gotten punched for the first time. But I needed that to get over the hump. And it's tough. I get it. Failure is tough, man. When you fail on the biggest stage, and I failed on the biggest stage you could fail on at the College World Series in front of everyone. But it didn't seem like it at the time, but it made me better in the end.
It's amazing. 1-2 to Jay Boroff and a strikeout for Elliott. And Hunter Elliott, too, was telling us last year was the most, or rather this year is the most he's ever experienced failure. And he said to us that that guy's pitching coach, Joel Mangrum, helped him so much work through the mental coming off his surgery, coming off of Tommy John, to get back and believe he could do it on this stage again.
Baseball's built on failure.
I mean, we always say that, but it's so true.
Houston Markham reaches out and he flares one into center in front of Hayden Federico. So a hit batter. Now a flare single. 2 on as the lineup flips over for Troy.
And I love the embrace at first base, because Markham, who struck out the first time on slider after slider and could not make the adjustment, sat down and he said, next time I'm going to look for something up with the same shape, and I'm not going to try to pull it. And he stayed within his game plan, and now he rolls over the lineup to the top part.
To Aaron Piasecki. Doubled oppo to start the ball game, and then flew out to right in the second. First team Sun Belt shortstop. Excellent bat to ball guy for Troy.
Troy 0 for 3 today with runners in scoring position. They've had some opportunities. But if you look at Hunter Elliott, 259 opponent's batting average going into this ball game. But when he gets in these leverage moments, what I call the red zone offensive moments, that batting average against goes all the way down to 229. So he typically finds a way to elevate when he gets in a little bit of trouble.
Just foul from Piasecki. And this is kind of the way it's gone for Hunter Elliott this season. The overall numbers not good, but Mike Bianco has said he'll just find a way to get the big out. Can he do it again here with Owen Kelly and Landon Koenig up?
You toe the rubber enough, you get yourself in tough situations enough, you figure out ways to work out of it.
Landon Waters up. 0-2. Roller right side, and Dom Decker ends the inning, and Hunter Elliott does it again. Troy threatens, but Hunter Elliott, forged in the fire throughout his career, through the adversity, gets out of Dodge. Ole Miss has the lead. Braden Randall's already got deep. He'll lead it off when we come back. 49th Men's College World Series. Rosenblatt Stadium. Final year there was 2010.
Ooh,
good piece. Got some seats still there at Rosenblatt. And a nice touch here at Charles Schwab Field. Rosenblatt seats here at the Chuck, too. As we go to the bottom of the 4th inning, alongside Ben McDonald, Eduardo Perez, and Scott Klein upstairs. I'm Mike Monaco, Taylor McGregor down at field level, and our entire crew behind the scenes. Ole Miss got 2 in the first, 2 in the second. Troy got 2 in the top of the second. 8-9-1 starts with Braden Randall. He was supplied 2 of the runs on a breaking ball back in the second.
Yeah, stays right out over the plate. He sees it and barrels it and is able to keep it fair in the power zone of the left-handed hitter. Down and in.
That's where those lefties like it, don't they? Little bit down, little bit in, and he just simply dropped the barrel on it. 100 off the bat, nearly 400 feet it traveled. There's another one, too.
On another one that hung up there. 102 off his bat, and 2 knocks for Braden Randall, who's supplied some big hits in this NCAA tournament.
Yeah, and from the bottom of the order, we talked so much about the balance that there is at the top of the order, but Ole Miss can really just extend the lineup, as Troy has done through the regionals and super regionals, leaning on the bottom half of the order. Another runner to lead off an inning for Ole Miss.
Was it 4 in a row now?
4 in a row.
That is a recipe for success from an offensive standpoint. Pressure from the beginning. And we hear so many head coaches talk about their pitchers, and they always say the first batter that comes to the plate is the most important one. You get the first one, you set the tone. The chance of the team scoring goes way down from there. And Ole Miss has done a good job with applying pressure early in this one.
1-1 on Colin Reuter, DH in the 9th spot. Against Hayden Smith. First full inning of work after he came on in the 3rd for Tommy Egan. 1-1. One-two. In the air, right field. Markham goes back at the wall. Gone. 2-run shot up on Colin Reuter.
Well, the bottom part of this Ole Miss lineup is getting it done, folks. Braden Randall out of the 8th spot. He's got a 2-run home run. And now Colin Reuter out of the 9th spot for Ole Miss has a 2-run homer of his own. And again, this is what Ole Miss does best. Yes, they do swing and miss a lot, but they will walk, and they always have a puncher's chance. And they have a puncher's chance because they can do this right here. They can blow the ball out of the ballpark, and that is a beautiful move of the ball right there. You talk about staying on it and staying through it. Reuter's 8th long ball of the year, his 40th RBI. And Ole Miss playing a little add-on here in the bottom of the 4th.
(6-2) Rebels. And for those keeping track, the 3rd home run of the game. Stormtrooper time. I think that's great.
You a big Star Wars guy?
No. But I think it's great.
You're not a big Star Wars guy.
No.
I had you as a Star Wars guy.
Did you really?
I did too.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't watch Star Wars either.
I don't really do any of the
I'm a big Star Wars fan. I'm in.
I do sports.
So do I.
I do thrillers. I don't really do like.
I do drama. I do thrillers.
Fantasy
I
of
do
any
sci-fi.
kind.
Yeah.
Sci-fi is not my thing.
I do Spanish movies. I do English movies. I do Korean.
Okay, you're a Renaissance man.
How do you have that much time to watch all that?
Multitask.
Point taken.
I don't sleep.
You and Skylar Meade. 2-0 on Dom Decker. It all started, by the way, in the toy aisle at a Target in Gainesville. Sam Hutchins wrote a great article about how the Stormtrooper celebration started. It was 3 pitchers pitched in a total of $150 and bought that.
Wow.
Okay. Stormtroopers, who did they fight?
No clue.
The Rebels.
Luke Skywalker.
Okay.
The Rebels. Get it?
I get it.
There we go.
Who won?
We're still trying to figure that one out.
I was working in minor league baseball one year, and they had a superhero night. And I got asked on air by my partner, who's your favorite superhero? My sister was being a good sibling, listening to the game, and she started cackling, laughing, and texting me because she knew I had no idea who my favorite superhero was. It's just not my thing. Decker's aboard with still nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th. But you do it all, Eduardo. You had like 3 screens going last night watching every sport under the sun.
Yeah. Just taking a page from the big shooter who always has 3. Look, you have to have the game, right?
Shout out big shooter.
Absolutely. And then you have to have the game on yesterday. Just Georgia and Texas. Have to have a little bit of FIFA. And the Knicks. Congratulations, by the way, to the New York Knicks.
Yeah, how about that? They're still partying in New York, and they will be for a while. Skylar Meade appears to be going back to the bullpen. 3 straight have reached for the Rebels in the bottom of the 4th. Single, home run, walk. And there's the call to the pen. Ole Miss leads 6-2. Bottom of the order, producing.
Try to throw that fastball right down the middle. Did you know that there is a lot of power in the bottom of the order, and it can go oppo and add on to the lead? The Rebels do.
Making a difference for Ole Miss. A rocket from Austin Foley in the 2nd, and then the big flies from 8 and 9.
It's just not the ability of being able to get on base. It's the ability to slug as well. Driving in 4 runs, they have done it. The exit velocities already 4 of them over 100 miles per hour. And right field seems to be their friend.
So to the bullpen. And Smith was in. T comes after us. Noah Thigpen follows now.
Yeah, Noah Thigpen making his 24th appearance of the year. He's got 5 starts under his belt, 54 in the 3rd. He struck out 51. Opponents hitting 282 off the right-hander. Thigpen, pretty big arm here. It's a low to mid-90s fastball. He'll tick up a little bit higher than that from time to time. Slider, curveball, and a changeup to go with it. And it's time for Troy to draw a line in the sand right now. They're going to have a chance of getting back in this game, and they're quite capable from an offensive standpoint because their offense has been really, really good as of late. They've got to figure out a way to slow this Ole Miss offense down.
Noah Thigpen on for Judd Utermark. Righty on righty. And nobody out, bottom 4.
Ball down.
96 down to start from Thigpen. But a very nice freshman season last year. The number is not quite as good this year. But once they moved him to the closer role recently, Skylar Meade told us this guy became a dude like he was before.
Well, they're going to need him to be that dude and give his offense a chance. Has to look for the zeros, needs to be dominant, and needs to create that energy so it can translate to their offense.
That back-to-back changeups too. So first fastball 96 miles an hour. That's going to be a big adjustment for Ole Miss right there.
There's your same-sided changeups, Eduardo. There you go.
Right on right, you see it a little bit more than you see it left on left.
Strike 3 called.
Janicki might have stole that one behind home plate, but slowed it down twice, and I think it's one of the best sequences in baseball for a pitcher. Slow, slow, and then fast. And he just paints it on the outside, and watch Janicki just rip that ball back real quick.
That was pain.
And that's what they've seen from Noah Thigpen since they made the move. Skylar Meade told us we tried starting him, didn't work. Tried middle relief, didn't work. Tried using him when we were losing in games, that wasn't working. But it clicked for Noah Thigpen at the back of the bullpen. Now they really could use length out of him here.
They could use some length and some zeros, and that's what they need, because it feels like this Troy offense has got something in the tank for Ole Miss.
That's a strike. 0-2 on Will Furnace in the 3 spot.
Well, he's been hitting every corner so far in the last 4 pitches he's thrown.
Furnace has bounced into 2 and walked so far today. With Dad Eddie, should say Dr. Eddie Furnace.
That's Dr. Eddie Furnace is right.
Filming. He's got the horizontal video too.
He knows what he's doing.
That's better. That's better for Twitter than the vertical.
Is it?
That's what they say. Ben does everything vertical.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that horizontal stuff. It's just to turn it on.
Nothing. I'll get you.
He played in 3 straight Men's College World Series with the Fighting Tigers from '96 to '98.
Eddie Furnace was a terror for pitchers, I'm going to tell you. Still holds many NCAA records. Not LSU records, but NCAA records.
That's 95 with run and back-to-back Ks for Noah Thigpen.
Good start for Noah Thigpen, too. He's shown us a really good fastball, throwing it where he wants to throw it, high velocity, and a good changeup behind it.
How about elevating this fastball with the 2-2 count? It looks good. You think it's going to come down, and it continues to just keep its plane.
Now Tristan Becerra. He's walked, scored, and struck out looking. We were talking about Becerra's swing earlier. The guy he really looks up to and pores over the video of is Barry Bonds.
That'd be a pretty good guy to watch hit.
Barry Bonds with a slight hitch as well would get it done early, and as he would say, catch the ball, catch it on the way in. That's what his godfather Willie Mays told him. That's what his father as well, Bobby Bonds, had told him. You have to catch the ball as it comes in to the plate.
Even told us he has a folder on his phone called the Barry Files. So he'll sit there and go through several different videos of Barry Bonds throughout his career. Of course, that left-handed power, and it's pretty impressive to think what he did in the ballpark he did in San Francisco. And he said that's some of my favorite stuff to watch is the splash hits out there in San Francisco.
How about that? The Barry Files is the name of the album in his camera roll.
Barry he made it sound so simple when he talked about hitting, didn't he? But it's not that easy. It was for him, but it's not for most.
And I spent an entire season with him while he was the hitting coach for the Marlins. I was broadcasting for the Marlins, and he would say, look, hitters would come up and say, Barry, can you help me? He goes, you have to swing at strikes. I can't help you if you don't know the strike zone.
Yeah.
Well, Becerra swings at this one and lobs it into left field. 2-strike base hit and 2 on.
And the players would get upset. They're like, why isn't he helping us? But he made sense as the year went on. It was like, if you swing at strikes, if you have the discipline of understanding where the pitch is, then you can do some damage right there, protecting the outside part of the plate. You got the shift on the infield, but it doesn't matter. He hits it over it and the other way.
And I think that's got to be the approach for Ole Miss against Big Ben, right? He's shown us a really good changeup. So try to hit the fastball to the backside of the field. That way you got some bat left for the changeup.
Hayden Federico takes the changeup for strike 1. Federico, really good plate appearances so far. RBI double from this left side of the plate in the first, and then a walk from the right side in the third. Continuing a good NCAA tournament. 2 on, 2 out. Chopper foul, 0-2.
Oh, he's leaning on that changeup to get a hit, isn't he?
And he's executing it well. He's keeping it down. He's got good action as well, arm side.
And we'll see if he stick with the same sequence. It's been slow, fast, so back-to-back changeups. Now you might get that 4-seam fastball just above the top of the zone. Try to get that swing and a miss that he's looking for.
Oh, good shot. I love it. Well executed, trying to get the chase. Federico disciplined and not falling into the trap.
You got 2 choices now. You can throw the changeup out of the same window, down and away, or elevate the fastball. Either one.
Tried the changeup. Now do you go up, or do you need slow before you go up?
Well, now he's back to 2-2. So he got 0-2. So now you want to make it happen on a 2-2 count. I never wanted to get in a predictable count, and sometimes 3-2 counts can be a little bit predictable. So this is the pitch, whatever you want, and you feel most confident in throwing a quality pitch. This is when you lean on. If it's fastball away, that's fine, or the changeup, either one.
How cool would it be if he goes fastball hard in right here in the zone?
He'll get a lockup is what he'll get, because everything's pretty much been away.
Fouled away.
He tried. That's the hittable pitch because it's fastball down. The bat head can catch up to that.
Yeah. And that's a pretty good swing at it right there. So that tells me that now if I got a good changeup and I trust it, I throw it in the exact same spot and have it dive well below the zone.
Two. Tried it, but the last couple
a little bit off.
Not as good as the first few. So 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 on and 2 out, and Ole Miss already up by 4.
And runners will be moving here. Ball gets in the gap. You could see Becerra score all the way from first base here.
3-2. On the ground into the shift. It's the shortstop Piasecki to end the inning. And Noah Thigpen steps up in a big way. He leaves 2, and we are through 4.
Exclusively on ESPN, 40-plus NCAA championships. Confetti rains. Nets are cut. Joy erupts. Hardware is hoisted. History happens here on ESPN, home of NCAA championships.
Welcome back to the NCAA Men's College World Series, presented by Capital One. On day 3, this is the first elimination game. Winner stays alive and plays Tuesday afternoon against either North Carolina or West Virginia, and the loser's season comes to a close. Ole Miss has had Hunter Elliott on the bump through 4, 2 runs, 3 hits for Troy. And then Ole Miss has home runs from its 8 and 9 hitters. First time a team has had its starting 8 and 9 hitters homer in a College World Series game since 2008. Fresno State did it against Georgia. Braden Randall went deep in the 2nd, and Colin Reuter in the 4th. And now Hunter Elliott in the 5th against 2, 3, and 4.
Boy, look at the first pitch strikes for Hunter Elliott, too.
Josh Pine lines one into center field. A base hit. Just reaches out. And the first man is on for Troy. Let's check in with Taylor.
There's no greater personality in college baseball, in my opinion, than Blake Cabell. This guy, we asked him, if you weren't playing baseball, what would you be doing? He said, I would be a zookeeper. He has an affinity for animals. He loves reptiles, fish, you name it. He even had a pet shark when he was living in Australia, and most recently, he had a pet tarantula. Now, the pet tarantula's name was Blueberry. Unfortunately, Blueberry is no longer with us, and him and his roommates had a funeral for her, and they were all blue, so can't make this stuff up, guys.
Do we know how Blueberry passed away by any chance, Taylor?
Yeah, she froze to death.
Pardon?
No comment.
In Troy. I was like, it's not a place I envision a tarantula freezing to death, but, you know, come for the baseball, stay for the tarantula talk.
I mean, what could go wrong? A pet spider, tarantula, and a shark.
He wants to be a zookeeper.
He's from Australia.
Yeah.
He's a beauty.
Oh, 1 to the most interesting man in Omaha currently, Blake Cabell, who was telling us his best sport was rugby. Said he's horrible at cricket. Told us mom played softball, dad played baseball, and they met where else?
At a concession stand, did I hear?
At a local baseball game. Grabbing some airheads and double bubble. 1-1. Knee-high strength.
Okay, that's something different there now. That's back-to-back fastballs on the inside part of the plate on purpose for Hunter Elliott. That's something he's not done through the first 4 innings, is use the inside part of the plate.
I love this timeout because Blake Cabell struck out looking on a fastball last time. They've been pitching him backwards. They start him off with sliders, and then he's sitting soft, and the next thing you know, here comes the fastball. He needs to be ready for the number 1 and adjust. Numbers aren't great against the off-speed pitch for Blake. He understands that. But you can't go looking for something that you do not hit consistently. What you do is you hit the fastball.
Hey, Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Finals in Vegas. Hurricanes and Golden Knights, with Carolina trying to win the cup that's been elusive the last 20 years. 8 Eastern on ABC tonight. Yeah, Ben Wolgamott's been a magician with these offensive timeouts.
Now, you can't get picked off right now at first base. You're down 4. Stay close to the bag. Even if you get off the bag a little bit, your first move should be back, especially with Jimmy Janicki on deck.
Elliott's 1-2. Wow. Cabell strikes out.
Now that's why using the inside part of the plate is so important right there. That's a perfect example. There's no secrets in the game of baseball. It's been around for more than 100 years. But 2 fastballs up and in to speed the bat up to get to this pitch right here. And that's just pitching right there. That's how you do it. And that's why I always talk about using the inside part of the plate. It is so important because it sets up the off-speed pitches behind it.
So now Jimmy Janicki bats with 1 out and just 1 on. He has struck out and walked so far against Elliott. Ball 1 up high.
The guy that loves his changeup a lot. 1-0 count. Usually the lefties here throw that changeup for a strike. And you have to look up in the zone here on a 1-0 count.
Cued foul off the end of the bat.
It's his go-to pitch. It's the most non-threatening pitch he's going to release out front. Trusting and understanding that it's been there for him for many years.
One. Curls in for a strike, top of the zone.
Yeah, a little backdoor. Hitter sees it out of the hand. It's a ball out of the hand. You flinch. You give up on it just for a second.
Now you got to look up in the zone and be ready just in case he tries to elevate that fastball.
Elliott to Janicki. 1-2. Boy, it's been a war between these at-bats throughout this game. I mean, almost 2 hours. And there's one down top of the 5th. Two teams trying to save their seasons.
Yeah, and Elliott's had traffic in every inning. He's not had 1, 2, 3 inning yet. Troy's put some pressure on him.
One, 2 again. Janicki lays off. Jimmy Janicki had all the Big Ten teams interested in him out of high school. Skylar Meade was saying to us today, but Jimmy wanted to go south, and he had a high school teammate who played for Skylar Meade at South Carolina and got a lot of money when he got drafted in the 7th round. It's been 2 very good seasons on the whole for Jimmy Janicki at Troy. And this sophomore season has launched him into superstardom. 2-2. Janicki squares one up into center field. He wins the battle against Hunter Elliott, and he scorched that 109 miles an hour.
Tried to sneak that fastball right by him. Janicki showing why he is one of the best bats in NCAA baseball, and right there, right back up the middle. Not trying to do too much, trying to just keep the line moving and protecting the zone with 2 strikes.
He is so quiet at home plate, too. He just kind of picks up that front foot, sets it down, gets himself in a hitting position early, and then just see how he just picks it up and sets it down nice and balanced.
If you cover the top part of his body, the legs look like a vintage Pujols swing.
2 on Steve Meyer. Just how wide they are?
Just the length of how wide they are, just putting the heel up and putting it right back down. The bottom half works beautifully.
I love how he gets himself. Watch his hitting position. Just picks it up. He really doesn't even pick it up. Just kind of pivots.
Yeah, but that's Albert Pujols right there. Yep. Oh, by the way, number 5 added to it. But it's the bottom half is what makes him a special hitter. You can put the hands wherever you want. The bottom half keeps him active in the zone.
This is why you're such a good analyst, okay, Eduardo, because he actually told me he watches video of Pujols. So when they made the mechanical adjustment back in the fall, he was the guy that they referenced. Look at how wide his stance is, because he went to a no stride back in the fall. That's really helped him lift the ball in the air. He said it was too many ground balls a year ago. He had a ground ball rate about 52%, and slug, of course, is in the air. So that adjustment has really helped him.
I don't care what anyone says, Eduardo. Taylor said it. You're a good analyst.
That's right.
If Taylor says it,
it must be true.
Might have a chance in this business. Thanks, Taylor.
Yeah, just bring me into contract negotiations next time.
Don't worry. That's what I'm talking about.
2 on, 1 out after the visit from Joel Mangrum. 1-0 to Steve Meyer. By the way, Steve Meyer has kind of done the Jimmy, as Skylar Meade called it. He's doing the same things with his hands that Jimmy Janicki went to in the fall.
And you know who has his hands out there? Matt Olson for the Atlanta Braves.
That's kind of like a heat check by you as a good analyst.
Just in case, yeah. But you mentioned something really interesting, Ben, is left on left, the last 2 hitters, he's gone fastballs in.
Yes, he's
both
changed
times.
what he's doing, and now he's done it twice more again. And so you got to think that good slider, if he's trusting it, down and away, trying to get that swing and a miss right here.
1-2. Swing and a miss. That is filthy from Hunter Elliott.
I'm telling you, he's pitching different all of a sudden. I don't know what happened in the 5th inning. Maybe there was a meeting in the dugout and said, hey, we got to start using the inside part of the plate a little bit more. We talked about it early for him to have success. And again, back-to-back fastballs up and in, slider away for the strikeout. I'm telling you, it's a recipe for success if you trust it.
So now it's up to Drew Nelson, the native of Troy, Alabama. I mean, this is quintessential Hunter Elliott. He left 1 in the 1st. He left 2 in the 2nd. He left 1 in the 3rd. 2 more in the 4th. Trying to leave a pair in the 5th. Nelson so far flyouts to left and to right. 1-0. Inside 2-0.
Now this is going to be an interesting pick right now. 2-0. What pitch do you go with? You go with the slider, try to use Nelson's aggressiveness against him, but you do have the potential tying run on deck. Need to be able to get a strike.
2-0. Nelson cuts through a 2-0 breaking ball.
Yeah. Look, he understands that Nelson's last take right there was a good one. And did not open up with the hips. Trying to cheat, uses aggressiveness against him.
We talked about Hunter Elliott, his ability in big moments to elevate his game. He's done it so far today. Troy is 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts with runners in scoring position.
2-1.
Look at him.
Oh, man. As a hitter right now, you're thinking, okay, he's going to throw another one. Then he throws the fastball. You have no idea what to look for.
You know what's coming now. He's gotten 2 strikeouts this inning on sliders down and away to the left-handed hitters.
So take?
No. You want to take it, but it's going to be hard to lay off of it.
There it is.
That was a ball out of the hand. If he gets that ball a little bit more elevated and drifts it off the outside edge, maybe he gets that swing and a miss.
For years, we grew up watching Joe Morgan on ESPN tell John Miller, whatever he threw 2-0, he's coming back with it 3-2. 2-0, he went to the slider. Will he go back to that slider?
With Pine and Janicki aboard. Hunter Elliott's 3-2 is down. Nelson walks and Troy has him loaded. Good takes from Drew Nelson, getting a 3rd look at Hunter Elliott. And now, yes, it's the 5th inning, but the tying run's coming to the plate for Troy. And a guy who's already taken Hunter Elliott deep today.
This was back in the 2nd inning, too, and he got a hanging breaking ball. Wanted to get that ball on the outside part of the plate. It never got there. It started on the inner 3rd, and it left right in the heart of the plate. And Darnell blew it out of the ballpark. A 2-run shot, his 5th long ball of the year. And Troy with a chance here to make a difference.
Sean Darnell didn't hit any.
That pitch was way outside, fellas.
Yeah.
You got a break right there because now it really does open it up for Elliott. Darnell has been locked in at the plate.
The 0-1. That's a strike 2. Austin Foley is one of the best pitch framers in the sport.
Foley is doing it back there. He stole both of those pitches to get Hunter Elliott 0-2 here with 2 out and the bases loaded.
Oh, man, fellas.
Loaded up, 2 outs in the 5th. 0-2 away. I thought the second one was borderline. I thought the first one for sure was off.
Both were off.
One, 2. Up the ladder.
That pitch right there, because he is so out in front in the box, and he's able to catch up to that fastball up, and it's a purpose pitch to change the eye level. But if he does try to go to a slider, he better bury it down and away, because if not, Darnell, who already has a home run on that slider, could jump on it and barrel it. He's way out in front of that box, fellas.
And now I think we have a balk called on Hunter Elliott.
Now, it looked like to me Hunter Elliott disengaged the rubber. Now, we're going to take a look and see what happened here.
That's Billy Van Raphorst, the first base umpire, with a heated Mike Bianco. For now, Josh Pine has come in from third and scored, and Hunter Elliott's pleading his case with the home plate umpire, Rick Allen.
Now, Hunter Elliott's been putting his hand up with the ball in it, trying to hear the pitch comm system. See, he's right now, he's going, I can't hear it, I can't hear it.
What's wrong with that?
I don't understand what's going on here. I don't see anything wrong with that. He didn't flinch, he didn't make a move towards home plate, he disengaged the rubber.
Real quick, let's bring in Scott Klein. Scott, what do you got?
Guys, they got him with a start and stop ball. You know, the fact that he couldn't hear, we can't help that part, but you'll see it right here. Yeah, stop, start, ball.
So it makes it 6-3, 1-2, outside 2-2.
And even though, Scott, he did it previously on the other 3 or 4 pitches, not trying to deceive anybody, it's still a ball?
It is, yes.
So why didn't they call it, what I'm asking, why didn't they call it the other ones? Because they did it 3 or 4 times before the balk was called.
2-2 pitch. Darnell on the ground, backside in the hole, left field, base hit. Janicki and Nelson score. Troy's back in business.
How about that? It's been fastballs away, and he did not allow the 2 previous calls to get him to 0-2 to break his at-bat and approach down. He knew that he could catch up to the fastball. He protected that zone. Fouling the pitch up, then all of a sudden, after the balk, hits one the other way, gets it through. And Troy is back in business, down 1, 6-5.
That's the big knock they've been looking for. They were 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position, make it 1 for 6 now, and we got a 1-run ball game.
Jay Boroff bats, and he pulls it into left field, base hit. Troy is not done yet with a long way to go.
Yeah. Well, we talked about this offense. This offense for Troy had been red hot in the NCAA tournament. They were only averaging 6.9 runs per game, but then something clicked with this offense. And they're averaging nearly 11 runs per game in the NCAA tournament.
Guys, 3rd time around the order, Troy has made the adjustment. And I think that might be it.
3 more 2-out hits today for Troy. And Mike Bianco trudges to the mound to meet Hunter Elliott.
And you wonder if the balk call actually just took Hunter Elliott completely out of focus and his game when it comes to pitch location.
And it very well could have. But I also think Troy saw enough pitches, and they were really dialed into what Hunter Elliott was doing, and finally they broke through.
A national champion here 4 years ago as a freshman who helped pitch Ole Miss to the only national title in program history. His start today as a fifth-year senior comes to a stunning end. And Hunter Elliott hands the baseball to J.P. Robertson in what could be his last outing in an Ole Miss uniform. What a turn of events here in this elimination game in the 5th inning at the Men's College World Series. Win or go home for both Troy and Ole Miss, who is up by 4 and is now up by just 1. Hunter Elliott out, J.P. Robertson in, the redshirt sophomore from Madison, Mississippi.
J.P. Robertson making his 22nd appearance of the year. Man, he can strike you out. 35 2/3, 48 strikeouts. Walks can get in the way occasionally. 21 walks. Opponents hitting 246 off the right-hander Robertson, and it is a big arm too. Fastball is going to average 96. He'll show you 97, 98 from time to time. A little slider, curveball, and a changeup to go with it.
More sliders and fastballs.
After the biggest balk that we've seen here in Omaha. Houston Markham's in the 9-hole, 2 on 2 out, and there is the slider.
Houston was all in on the #1.
Markham has struck out and singled in 2 trips. On the ground at first, Furness collects, inning over. But the balk on Hunter Elliott sets a big inning in motion for Troy. Sean Darnell has driven in 4. We got a 1-run game. Halfway through in this elimination game at the Men's College World Series. And how about that note? Hunter Elliott has spent 5 years in college baseball. That was the first balk of his career.
If you're going to do it in the biggest stage. But that one's a controversial one that he will continue to look at.
Troy's got life because of it. They put up a 3 spot in the top of the 5th inning. And Noah Thigpen gets his first full inning of work after he did a heck of a job in the 4th. 6, 7, and 8 starts with Owen Pano, and that's ball 1. 2 strikeouts for Pano. 1 looking, 1 swinging. His last time against Hayden Smith in the 3rd. Dribbler back in front of home plate. Thigpen tumbles, throws from his rear. Wow. No problem.
Who says pitchers aren't athletes? Who says that?
I knew you were going there.
Everybody knows the guy standing on the bump is the best athlete on the field. Even from his rear end, he's the best athlete on the field. Boy, the feet just get right out from underneath him, but that big right arm, man, a little bounce over to first place. Well done.
That's a great play without panicking whatsoever. Keeping it down low as well, giving his first baseman an opportunity to make the play.
Austin Foley pops it up foul. Foley singled and scored in the 2nd, then he popped to 2nd in the 3rd. Hit well center field. Steve Meyer got a great jump and he runs it down. And he comes up a little bit hobbled. Well, let's revisit the balk on Hunter Elliott. And before we get to Scott Klein, we'll show you earlier in the at-bat. So, Hunter Elliott earlier in the at-bat. Went to the ear, went to the pitch communication device with the ball in hand. And then here, back to it again with the crowd getting loud. Then the step off. So now, Scott, will ask you, you see a couple looks at it. Ben had said earlier he was going to the ear with the ball in hand, but is it more about the footwork there and then the disengagement?
Yeah, I don't think it had anything to do with the ball going to the ear. It's total judgment of umpire. He felt he started to bring his hands together, and then he stopped and then stepped off. And it's complete judgment on the umpire's part.
So in general, those calls are pretty tough to make, pretty 50-50?
It's tough, yes. Wouldn't have minded passing on it, but the umpire felt like he needed to call it.
Well, Braden Randall goes first pitch swinging, served into left, and Drew Nelson runs it down. So Troy gets 3, and then Noah Thigpen authors quick work bottom of the 5th on a half dozen pitches. blow it open. Still to come, 7 Eastern, North Carolina. A lot of smiles as they trudge out of their hotel and make their way over to Charles Schwab Fields. Ready to meet West Virginia tonight. A couple winners from the first day of games on Friday. What do you guys expect in that one tonight? North Carolina and West Virginia. West Virginia going with Max Yale and North Carolina going with Ryan Lynch.
Yeah, Ryan Lynch, we saw him. Big time arm, big sinker slider guy. DeCarroll was really good again for North Carolina. But it just feels like West Virginia, man. They're for real. They are for real.
I see this as a low-scoring event tonight.
All right. Even if the wind's still blowing out?
It's going to be different. Shadows will play the first 3 innings. A little bit cooler weather tonight as well. I like the pitching.
Top of the order for Troy, starting with Aaron Piasecki. A different wind today than the first 2 days here at the Men's College World Series. Chopper to first. Will Furnace says, I got it, I got it. He does, 1 away. Josh Pine now.
And it was Josh Pine's first time on base last inning, and he was the one that got this thing started for them. They're going to need his bat. They want to continue on to play another day. He has to continue to do exactly what he did. Get on base and create havoc. Let the big boys behind him do some damage.
Fifth-year senior who spent 4 years at Indiana. 3 years as a starter there, including right from day one as a freshman. When Josh Pine was a freshman All-American pretty much everywhere. Then last year he only played 4 games due to injury. Hits this in the air to left center field. Braden Randall sprints back and Federico makes the catch as they collide.
Boy, that's a great play. That's a great play, Ben. And look, in the outfield here, because there are more people around them than there are when you have to have that communication. He's calling it. You see he's calling it right there, but you have to, when you're playing the corners, listen to the center fielder. If you hear him, then bail out. Last minute he does, and I'm just grateful that both guys are able to get up.
Ball hitting the gap. You can see the left fielder Randall calling the ball, but you're right. Federico, the center fielder. Anytime the center fielder calls it, he is the captain, not just of the outfield. He is the captain of the entire field.
2 down, Blake Cabell. 97 from J.P. Robertson. Cabell 0 for 3 in the 3 spot. 2 Ks and a pop to short. Did you hear the Aussie, Aussie, Aussie chants breaking out here? For the Sydney native Blake Cabell. Troy's a great scene, by the way, during the Supers that they hosted against Little Rock. They do a roll call, kind of like the Yankees do at the start of games. Go around the diamond, they get acknowledgement from all the players. It's awesome. Quintessential college baseball. Cabell strikes out looking on 97, just dotted.
Come on now. I like me some high velocity too, but I like it on the edge as well. And J.P. Robertson, the big fella, says, you know what? My best against yours 0-2. How about this 4-seam fastball? And he paints it perfectly on the outside edge. Folks, we got a ball game for you. Ole Miss up by 1.
ESPN's the home of MLB.tv. Stream every out-of-market game live or on demand using the ESPN app. Blackout and other restrictions apply. And for more info, go to ESPN.com/MLB.tv. One-run game, bottom 6. Ole Miss up by 1 on Troy for the right to stay alive at the Men's College World Series, which for now has all 8 teams still in it.
Well, Noah Thigpen's done exactly what Troy hoped he would do. He's come in the ball game and he's drawn a line in the sand. He's got 2 innings of shutout baseball, and he's given his offense a chance to climb back in this thing, and they have.
He's retired 6 of the 7 that he's faced. A couple strikeouts, a couple groundouts, and then 2 flyouts to end the bottom of the 5th. Colin Reuter in the 9th spot homered his last time, and he's down 1-2 against Thigpen.
Well, they're pounding him in. They do not want him to get those arms extended. Last time he did, gave them 4-run lead with an opposite field home run.
The 1-2. Hot shot left field, base hit on a hanging changeup, and a leadoff single for Colin Reuter.
Well, you got to know where to miss, right? When you get ahead, you got to know where to miss. And ahead in the count, I'm okay with a changeup here, but I don't want it for a strike. I don't want it elevated up in the zone. I want it down and away or just down, but instead it hangs up in the plate. Colin Reuter runs in another one. 2 for 3 day for him, including that 2-run home run.
Yeah, he had him beat with the fastball.
And another leadoff man on for Ole Miss. And now Dom Decker.
5 of the 6 innings. Had the leadoff runner on.
Dom Decker walked his last time. Reached on the error at first base in the bottom of the 1st. It set in motion a 2-run first for the Rebels. Dom Decker from Sellersburg, Indiana. Pops this one up in foul ground near the Ole Miss dugout. Josh Pine makes the play, coming back toward the field.
That's when, Ben, that's when I used to yell, panic.
Help. No, you
right there. No, don't help, panic. All the teammates I played with throughout the years, they knew. Do not let Eduardo near this.
Yeah, 2 things going on there. 1, he's fighting the sun. 2, those balls always spin back towards the field of play.
In the wind.
And the wind's pushing it. So if it's high enough, don't be in a hurry to get to it, because it's coming back.
Would you really yell the word panic?
100%. Just like the glasses he's wearing. Absolutely.
I feel like 2 syllables kind of takes a while to get out of the mouth.
Oh, as soon as contact was made and it was hit up, panic.
But after a while, they knew.
Oh,
right? Everybody around you knew if it was a fly ball, let's get to the ball just in case. Or
Now,
at least get around it.
Let me tell you something, Ben. When I would have a new shortstop or catcher, I would say, hi, my name's Eduardo. Nice to meet you. If I yell panic, it's yours. I'm serious.
I'm abdicating myself from responsibilities here.
And they knew if I yelled don't panic. I had it.
0-2 on Judd Utermark. 1-2 from Noah Thigpen.
Well, Noah Thigpen's grunting. I mean, it's max effort every time.
His teammates will tell you. They say all of a sudden, in his new role, he started throwing 97. Line foul. Thigpen was a weekend starter to begin the season. Troy opened the year with today's starter, Tommy Egan, on Friday. They had Noah Thigpen on Saturday. And then they had the guy we saw in game 1, who's been the Friday guy. They had Benjamin Stubbs to start the season on Sundays. Thigpen, the 3rd arm into this game today. Good stuff on that backhand by Janicki.
That's big time there. And that's a ball you don't have time to move laterally and get in front of it. You got one choice there. You're going to pick it to the backhand side. And Janicki, man, you can't do it any better than this. See how far that miss is right there? And that's a beautiful pick right there. We got 2 catchers in this ball game that can flat out do it behind home plate.
Oh, talking about elevation and making that fastball work. To the hitter. It appears he'll go back to the dugout and say, man, that ball was rising. Obviously, we know it's not. But the spin on it right there looks so big up in the zone. Then you're like, why did it not come down? The velocity, the spin makes it appear one way.
You get a guy with a high spin rate heater that's got some vertical hop to it. You got to try to get to the top of the baseball. I remember talking to Alex Bregman years ago and saying, okay, when you know you face a guy like that that's got that induced vertical break, like it just stays on plane, how do you attack a pitch like that? He said, well, I know my eyes fool me, but I'm trying to hit a ground ball. I'm trying to get, if I think the ball is here, I'm actually trying to swing my bat up here. And that way you're barreling the ball up. It's hard to do. It's easy to say, but when you face those kind of guys, the idea is to get to the top of the baseball as fast as you can, because your eyes just fool you from what you think you're going to see, how the fastball normally comes down on a normal, change of pace as it comes down to you. Those balls just stay on plane, so you got to figure out a way to get to the top of them if you can.
I would swing over the ball. That's what I would call it, over the ball in any pitch that was 95 miles per hour or harder. So if you're facing, if it's Randy Johnson, you're looking to hit the top part of the ball.
It goes against everything you're taught, right? I mean, it goes against everything you're taught. And that's why it's so hard to do.
But the scary thing is, if you try to hit the ball and you don't, you score it up. Back then, there wasn't much data. The scouts would write slider bat speed.
3-1 to Will Furnace. Soars up and away. And a 2-out walk. And now 2 on for Ole Miss with 2 outs in the 6th. Skylar Meade jogs out for a visit.
Ole Miss 1 for 5 today. Runners in scoring position, looking to make it 2 for 6 and a little bit of insurance.
Hey, for the latest news, insight, and in-depth analysis from the Men's College World Series, go to ncaa.com, the official online home for all NCAA championships. You want to read the next one?
Is it in Spanish?
You're bilingual.
I'll do it. I'll do the next one if it's got pictures on it.
Picture book McDonald. All right, bottom 6, 1-run game. And the dangerous Tristan Bissetta, the cleanup man, getting his second look at Noah Thigpen. He had a backside single off him in the 4th.
Cannot try to throw the fastball down on him. It has to be elevated. Good changeup.
And you can just pair those together. Change up, down, fastball up?
Yes, because he does have that hitch, and he needs to prove that he can handle that velocity up. Down, he's strong enough, and he's quick enough to be able to do it.
Bissetta has performed well in these situations. He's hitting .333 on the year, runners in scoring position. Second best in this lineup for Ole Miss.
I think you fall into trouble when you try to throw that fastball down on Bissetta. The angle, the bat, the hands where they are, you can catch up to that with no problem, and to elevate it.
The 1-1. Bissetta took a mighty cut.
He wasn't trying to get a base hit there. He was going for a 3-run homer. That was a big swing. Now let's see if he'll dial it back a little bit, the 2-strike count.
Power on power here. 2 on, 2 out, 6th inning. 1-2. Bissetta rolls it at first. Calvil's got it. Inning over. Noah Thigpen's been huge in relief for Troy, and we are through 6.
to Omaha. Before the beginning of the season, Troy head coach Skylar Meade made everyone on his team read the story of the Trojan horse, which is in Greek mythology, and it's basically about when the Greeks finally overtook the city of Troy. Now, what he wanted them to get from that is that you always have to be prepared for battle. So he bought this shield to represent that. Everywhere the team goes, they carry this shield with them, and on it you can see different T stickers. So what that is that after every win, the player of the game signs a sticker and then slaps it on that to mean basically they're always prepared for battle. So this is in the dugout, and then the player who got it the previous game also carries it into the stadium. So today was Tommy Egan, and maybe they're going to have another one, and they'll have a chance to get another sticker on this one, guys. We'll have to see.
They'll have to do it in comeback fashion. As Jimmy Janicki leads off in the 7th. They call that logo the Power T. The Troy logo. They've got 38 wins this season against 31 losses. One of the last 4 teams into the tournament. Janicki ropes one down the line. Tie game. This kid is a star.
And very similar to the first home run he hit here in Omaha 2 days ago. Arms extended. You see the velocity at the top of your screen. The distance far enough to tie this ball game with one swing.
Well, breaking news. If you hang a breaking ball to Jimmy Janicki, it's going to go a long way. And that one got out like right now. 21st long ball of the year, his 87th RBI, and we are all new again.
Fuck you. Fucking pussy.
Someone's not happy.
Boy, watch this swing.
That's Albert Pujols right there. If you're going to imitate someone, the outcome very darn similar. The bottom half is what makes it work. He is strong up top.
Steve Meyer drops down a bunt. J.P. Robertson flips one away.
Oh, he's hurting over there at first base.
Steve Meyer,
yeah,
who was hobbled when he was running down that ball earlier back in the 5th inning. Well, Jimmy Janicki unloading to a similar spot again.
Good miss.
This ball got out of here in a hurry.
I'm telling you, it was almost a line drive.
In a hurry. It's catching it out in front, and the ability of being able to keep those hands through the zone to not have it hook as much. Oh, beautiful swing.
Drew Nelson in the left field.
Janicki's pitch recognition, like it looks to be next level to me. Like he just picks up the spin right away on the ball. I don't know if he's seeing those breaking balls hop up out of the hand a little bit, like he just kind of sits back. Special player.
So Janicki has home runs of 430 feet and 417 feet. And Skylar Meade made the comment to us this morning. He said, isn't it amazing how far Janicki can pull pitches that are away?
Yeah. And it's the ability of being able to have that coverage out there. And because a lot of collegiate pitchers do not pound in, they're working with the danger zone. How do you control him? How do you limit his damage? You have to get the guys in front of him out. Allow him to have those solo shots to stay in the ball game.
Jimmy Janicki has been eating. A home run on Friday. A home run here on Sunday that ties the game in the 7th. Jimmy eats Omaha.
Well, right now it's Jimmy's world, and we just simply are living in it because he is covering him some breaking balls right now. 2 homers here in the College World Series, and we got a big one for you guys. All 6-6 in the top of the 7th.
Jimmy Janicki has homered twice with that Pujols-ian swing.
Yeah, it's the strong bottom half. The base is there, staying through the zone and not worry too much about the inside part and being able to stay on the breaking stuff. He's proven it already a couple times here in this series, and the last at bat was an impressive one with 2 strikes. This time, he ties the ball game with 1 strike.
And Ole Miss will go to their second reliever of the day in the way of Walker Hooks, making his 28th appearance of the year. 57 2/3. How about only 11 walks and 62 strikeouts? Opponents hitting just 197 off the left-hander Hooks.
It was first team all SEC, and according to D1 Baseball, Walker Hooks is one of the 10 best relievers in the country. Out of Brandon, Mississippi.
Fastball, slider heavy. That fastball's a low 90s type fastball. Every now and then he'll give you a 4 and a 5.
Left on left with Sean Darnell, who has driven in 4 out of the 7 spot for Troy. 2-run home run in the second, hit by a pitch in the 4th. 2-run single in the 5th after the balk on Hunter Elliott.
Pretty good pocket here for Hooks, too. Because 3 of the next 4 Troy hitters are all left-handers. Lefties hitting 200 on the year off of Hooks.
Up and away to Darnell. Hooks came on Friday against North Carolina in the bottom of the 7th. He had a 2-1 lead. There were 2 on, nobody out. So he took over for Calhoun. This one comes up and in and nearly hit Darnell, who's apparently angry it didn't hit him. Troy has momentum in the 7th. Inside, a 4-pitch walk from Walker Hooks out of the bullpen.
How about that? Only had walked 2 lefties the entire season with elite control. First lefty he faces, he walks.
And now after Jimmy Janicki tied it, the guy nicknamed Jabe Ruth has a chance to give Troy the lead. The most outstanding player of the Gainesville Regional, who has been on a home run tear the last few weeks, who's only played in half of Troy's games this season, now sports the best nickname and one of the hottest bats in the country.
How about 19 RBIs for Boroff in the NCAA tournament? That's more than any other player, and he's hitting the 8 hole.
Mike Bianco came out for a quick word. It looked like Will Furness needed a new pitch communication device in his hat, while Jabe Boroff readies. Jabe Boroff didn't have a chance to get into the lineup, in his own words, but 2 injuries to the top 2 catchers for Troy, plus another previous injury to the 3rd catcher, opened the door for this guy a month ago. Started the year in the opening day lineup, but struggled.
Yep. That's the pitch right there, the changeup. It's been elite for him all season long. Only 1 extra base hit allowed off that changeup.
Poked foul, went to it again.
Slow, slow, fast. Here we go. Elevated heater.
Or
Top of the zone.
Slow, slow, even slower down out of the zone, down and away, to then go hard in. Nothing in the strike zone, though.
0-2. Boroff pulls it down the line. That is fair into the corner. Nelson scores. Darnell gets the windmill. Troy leads in Omaha.
Wow. I'll be honest, I don't understand the pitch calling right here. Back-to-back changeup, and you go with another changeup that I'm talking about right in the heart of the plate.
Right down the middle.
Right in the heart of the plate. Boroff on time, making 21 RBIs now for him, guys, just in the NCAA tournament alone. And for the first time today, the Troy Trojans have the lead in this ball game.
You look at a mistake pitch, and it's a mistake call. If it comes from the bench or where it may be, that pitch was not designed to be thrown right down the middle. And give a lot of credit to Boroff. He was waiting on it, sat on it, was able to keep it fair. One extra base hit off the changeup all season long. And Jay Boroff now with the second one, and it's a big one.
I mean, how can you not smile if you're Jay Ruth? He's on an epic heater.
21 RBIs in the NCAA tournament alone.
With his mom Jessica watching, the kid from Pike Road, Alabama, continues to crush on the biggest stage in this sport. Troy has scored the last 6 runs in this game. They were down by 4. And now Houston Markham takes strike 1. How about the resilience of this Troy club? Battle tested all season long.
Well, you knew when they lost game 1 in that Gainesville Regional, and they came all the way back to win 4 in a row. There was no quitting this team.
This is rolled into center. Jay Boroff scores. It's 9-6. Trojans.
We talk so much about the bottom half of the lineup of Ole Miss being able to produce. Well, Troy's no slouch themselves. They have produced as well. From the bottom half of the lineup, you have Boroff, and now Houston Markham joining the party as well.
I mean, you some big-time damage at the bottom, and that's just nice and easy. Just taking a breaking ball, working down and away from him, and just finds the barrel. Boroff scores from second base.
7 of the 9 runs driven in have come from 7, 8, 9 for Troy.
Darnell, Boroff, and Markham. Now the leadoff man, Aaron Piasecki at short. Payno, and now the turn from Dom Decker. Not going to get him. It's been incredible from Troy.
Yeah, it really has, but let's not forget why they got a chance offensively. Noah Thigpen came in. Ole Miss was rolling at the time, and the only thing he's done, and we said when he came in, if Troy's going to get back in this ball game, Noah Thigpen has to draw a line in the sand. Well, he has done that. 3 shutout innings, and he gave Troy's offense a chance to climb back in this one, and they've done more than that.
The 8th batter of the inning is Josh Pine, and that's called, wow, the ball. Ball and a strike on Josh Pine. This Troy team at one point was 22-25. 16-6 since. Won a regional in Gainesville as the 3 seed there. Won 4 straight elimination games, including the last 2 against Florida. Swept the Super against Little Rock at home in the Trojan War. Rolled through that, outscoring Little Rock 19-4. And then played a really close game against West Virginia that, shoot, they could have won. And now leading in the top of the 7th. Trying to stay alive and stay in Omaha at least 2 more days. One-two. Up high, the runner on the move, and a stolen bag for Aaron Piasecki.
Now they're putting it to him now. They're attacking not only with the bats, now with their legs as well. I'm telling you guys right now, 9 outs left to try to get Ole Miss. They still have a run in them, and it's a big one.
2-2. Up and away. Full count from Hooks.
Got to throw your best pitch here, and that's a changeup.
3-2. Runner goes. Pine pops it foul.
Went with the fastball, 93.
Middle.
Yeah, Pine has struggled a bit off the off speed, and he went right down the middle with it.
The 7th pitch is strike 3 call, top of the zone, and Hooks ends the inning. But the Troy Trojans put up a 4 spot in the top of the 7th. Jimmy Janicki to tie it on a big fly to lead off the frame. And they have erased a 4-run deficit, trying to win for the first time in Omaha. You're watching the NCAA Men's College World Series presented by Capital One. We fly you in from right field at Charles Schwab Field for the first elimination game as we come out of the 7th inning stretch. Troy leads 9-6 on Ole Miss, and Jabe Ruth has driven in 21 in this NCAA tournament. Steve Meyer still in the game in center. He was running down a ball in right center in the 5th when he came up gimpy at the end of it. And then Steve Meyer, last time he batted in the 7th, was hampered down the line.
Yeah, it's almost like when he went up to catch that ball, he landed on his left leg, and it almost looked like it hyperextended a little bit. But he is hurting, and you got to wonder how much ground he can cover out there in center field.
And there's a lot of it to cover here.
You think if Taylor interviews him after the game, he'll be like, what are you talking about? I feel great.
There's a good chance.
Like Oklahoma catcher Dayton LeChance. Yeah.
His nose is going to grow too if he says that.
Hayden Federico.
Here we go.
Right on cue, in the air to center, and that'll drop down.
That'll find you.
So what do you do if you're Skylar Meade here? I mean, it's your 5-hitter.
He's coming in. He's coming in.
He is.
Yeah, I mean,
he can't help the team like that.
No, because that's a ball that he normally catches easily, but the fact that he can't move, and look, he was shaded a little bit toward left center field. Look where he is, but still, the speed that he has, normally he catches that ball easily.
This is to be here in Omaha and understand that you are not going to help your team right now physically. That right there Takes a lot of heart. This is what you play for.
And to take yourself out of the game.
Yes.
I mean, this is, guys, a fifth-year senior who's had 2 shoulder surgeries in his right shoulder, so he can't dive head first anymore. The shoulder's been banged up that badly that he just doesn't do it anymore for safety reasons. He's their all-time leader in hit by pitches in 2 seasons in program history. So the type of gritty kid that he is has to be completely hampered by that leg injury to come out of the game. Zayed Diaz takes over in left, and that bumps Drew Nelson from left to center. And Owen Pano bats against Noah Thigpen.
Zayed Diaz going out to left field. It's a tough field right now to be in. Sun, anything hit in the air, could have some issues with as well.
This game has had a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and it feels like Ole Miss needs to answer back. They've been blanked each of the last 2 innings in the 5th and the 6th.
The one thing Ole Miss has been able to do the entire game is get that leadoff hitter on base.
Noah Thigpen's been excellent since he came on in the 4th. 2-1. Pano tried to hold up and did not go around. 3-1.
Well, Pano's going to be looking to do some damage here. He's got the count in his favor, 3-1 count. He's going to be hunting that fastball and looking for a collision at home plate here.
Pano on the ground, diving step, Piasecki to first.
Nobody's at third.
Smart move. Always said it. Yates being and playing heads-up baseball right there.
When the
no
shift
one at
is,
third base.
When the shift is on, it puts a defense out of position on plays like that. You talk about heads up. Federico just kept on motoring.
And the thing is, it's the pitcher that is taught because of the shift to go to third. But the problem is when you pull it on the ground, the pitcher's first move is to go to first base instinctively. And that right there opens up everything else.
Yeah, and there's no chance for the pitcher here because, again, he's responsible. Ball hit to the right side of the field. You got to take a step or 2 in that direction. And then there's no way to adjust to get back to third base.
Infield will play back because they're up 3.
But that's all Federico right there. That's what you call HWA, folks. How to win awareness.
That's called high IQ and being a coach's son as well.
Austin Foley, the batter. Ball and a strike.
And it just feels like now. Runner at third base, only 1 out. Infield playing back. They're going to concede the run. And Austin Foley's got to find a way. Worst case scenario here is a ground ball to one of the middle infielders that played a run and pull Ole Miss within 2.
The 1-1. Popped up foul ground. That'll fade off over the Detroit dugout. Hunter Elliott started this game for Ole Miss. Forced out of the ball game in the 5th. Troy got 3 that inning, 4 in the 7th. 1-2. Foley sharply hit left field, base knock. 2-run game as Federico scores.
Are you surprised that the bottom of the order continues to produce for both teams? It's the depth, the length, and the way that they've been able to pick up the top of the order. Foley putting the ball in play. He knows the infield's back. He doesn't have to try to lift it. Hits it on the ground on a field that has not been watered in a few hours. As the sun beats on it, quick gets through.
I just love how he just changed his approach. Had a big swing until he got to 2 strikes, and he just found a way to shorten up and said, you know what, I'm just going to try to put a ball in play, and it works.
And now Braden Randall. 2-run homer in the 2nd. Sharply hit single his next time in the 4th, and then he flew out to left most recently in the 5th. Hayden Federico dumped that ball into center in front of the hobbled Steve Meyer, and then took the extra 90 and now scores. 2-run ball game, last of the 7th. In the air, center field. Drew Nelson's first test in center. Handles it easily for out number 2.
Wonder how much Thigpen still has in the tank.
Skylar Mead thinking the same way. That's Dylan Alonso, another key piece on this pitching staff for Troy.
Yeah, they're taking better swings. They've seen the arsenal. They've seen the changeup already, and the fastball. Start off at 95, has been steady at around 93 now.
Colin Reuter rolls this one up the middle. Piasecki ranges left, throws on the run. Nicely done to end the inning. To the 8th inning, Troy up 2 on Ole Miss. A famous feline. Remington brought out of retirement for North Carolina, the number 5 team in the country.
Yeah, Remington and I, we were hanging out in the elevator the other day.
What did I say? Feline? Canine.
Canine. Close.
The bracket looks like this. North Carolina and West Virginia at 7 o'clock Eastern time here on ESPN. Maxiell, Ryan Lynch, really good pitching matchup, but hitterish conditions today at the Chuck. To the 8th inning. Walker Hooks back to work.
Up to Walker Hooks now. And he's got to figure out a way for a 0 and give this Ole Miss an opportunity. They drew within 2 in the last inning as they got 1. There's your left on left changeup.
Blake Cavell, who has started the day off 0 for 4, just trying to find a way.
0 for 4 with 3 punch outs.
Yeah, trying to find a way to put that ball in play. They pitched him backwards the entire time. Start him off when he thought with a fastball would then go off speed, and then when he's guessing wrong.
Backside, well hit. Randall back, gone.
Well, nobody's going to remember those 3 strikeouts now, are they?
Oppo Taco, fastball up. And the Aussie has extended the lead. Double digits now for Troy. Pitch up in the zone, did not miss. Ooh, was that a
How about 14th long ball of the year, his 51st RBI. And Troy plays a little add-on here in the top of the 8th. And that'll bring head coach Mike Bianco out of that Ole Miss dugout.
Was that a kangaroo hop right there he gave us on the way in?
Walker Hooks pitching for the second time this weekend. Gives up the left-on-left home run to Blake Cavell.
Yeah, I love how he stayed on this ball right here. Left on left, you got to stay on it, and you got to stay through it with the ball on the outside part of the plate. I love how he let the hands go first. The barrel follows it. Just a beautiful move to the baseball and powers it out toward left center field.
Hunt the fastball. That's what he's good at. That's what he has to look for. And that's what got him 3 turns around the bases. Oh, man, look at the joy on that face.
And the Aussie goes MJ, and then...
Watch out here.
Did he hit the gritty?
Yeah.
He hit the gritty, and then he fell.
Not the most graceful.
I think the best part about watching all of that was the reaction from the teammates, and everybody could not help but just die laughing at just the shenanigans from Cavell. I mean, we talked about his personality, and I think you saw it on full display throughout the entire dugout after that home run.
And he chases Walker Hooks from this game. Will Libbert comes on now for Ole Miss as we welcome you upstairs here in Omaha. Ben, Eduardo, Mike with you, Scott Klein with us as well, and Taylor down on the field. Guys, what's impressed you the most about this Troy team with its resilience here?
I think that's the word, the resiliency, and the way that they've made the adjustments. The approach has changed. They moved up in the plate, and they were able to, the second time around, play their game and put the pressure on Ole Miss.
And I'm going to go to Noah Thigpen, their reliever. He came in when Ole Miss was putting a lot of runs on the scoreboard. He figured out a way. He's gone 4 innings now. He's only allowed 1 run, and he's allowed that Trojan offense to climb right back in this ball game too.
Well, it was a big 7th inning that started with their superstar leading off. Jimmy Janicki, the Sun Belt Player of the Year, projected top 10 pick next year. He went deep.
Yeah, it starts with your best player.
He got the party started. He set the tone, and then all the base hits would follow after that. Nelson with a base hit. Darnell walks. Boroff with a 2 RBI double for him. 21 RBIs in the NCAA tournament. And then Markham with an RBI single as well. And fast forward, Cavell here in the 8th inning, a solo shot of his own. And this Troy team, folks, and we talked about how hot their offense was. You talked about the resiliency, yes, but they found a way to grab a different gear. They're averaging right at 11 runs per game in the NCAA tournament.
Look at that, only the 3rd game in College World Series history in Omaha in this ballpark with at least 5 home runs as Will Libbert takes over the Missouri transfer.
Will Libbert making his 17th appearance of the year. He's got 8 starts under his belt, 47 innings, 51 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .301 off the left-hander, Libbert.
Jimmy Janicki. How impressive has this kid been? Man.
The foundation is what's impressed me the most. Even on his takes, you rarely see him off balance.
First player in program history with 20 home runs and 20 doubles in a season. Hot shot right at the 3rd baseman, Juddy Utermark. Pumped at 111 miles an hour.
Is that why they call it the hot corner?
My goodness, and you try not to rub it, but man, that's going to leave a mark, and that's staying on there. This ball is screaming at you. I mean, do I backhand it? Do I forehand it right at me with the movement?
You didn't have that much time because that ball was hooking in there at 111 miles an hour, and he did all he could do. Hits right in the heel of the glove, but a nice job of regaining it and collecting the out over at first base.
And that's what you're supposed to do when you have a 2-0 count. Just hit it hard, and he did.
I mean, Jimmy Janicki assaults baseballs.
It's the hot corner, but it's also the loud corner. Not loud because it comes off the bat, but just the way the ball sounds on the way to you at 3rd base, it's just different than any other position.
0-2 on Zaid Diaz, who, remember, took over for Steve Meyer, who had started the game in center. Meyer was in this 5 spot. Diaz came into the game and left, and that moved Drew Nelson over to center. In the air toward left. Federico the call and the catch for out number 2. A deep breath for Will Libbert, ready to face Drew Nelson. Drew Nelson, first team Sun Belt this year, who was more of a pitcher his whole life. But Skylar Mead and the staff thought that Nelson would be a better pitcher if he hit. So they were trying to find a way to get him into the lineup too. His left arm's banged up, so he's only a hitter now. He's into this game now in center field from left. It's the first time in his career he's ever played center. And he's got to manage the rest of this ball game out there in an elimination game in Omaha.
Thank you for snagging that.
I'll tell you this, the one chance that he's had so far, he looked very natural going to the baseball. I would say center field is a lot easier to play than left.
With Meyer forced out of this game with the leg issue.
Yep, that's here.
Will Libbert's got a good arm and a good breaking ball too. We've seen 3 or 4 different 97s on the fastball from the left side, a good breaking ball behind it.
His 2-2 up the ladder, nearly hit Nelson with 97. They wanted to see better defensive intensity out of Drew Nelson. So they told him back in the fall, just pick a position that you can play well, give it 3 months, and go do it. He's turned into a pretty good defensive outfielder for him. Guy who robbed the home run in Gainesville. 3-2. And he works a walk. With 2 outs here in the 8th inning.
Well, we've seen the velo. Now we're about to see Jay Boroff, who will be on deck as Darnell.
Yeah, you got to deal with Darnell first.
Has had a really good day at the plate.
Been on base, what, all 4 times?
Also with a hit by pitch. You know, that slider of his has worked really well today. So let's see if he goes to that slider, to that breaking pitch a little bit more.
Hey, Monday Night Baseball on ESPN is tomorrow as the Rays head west to take on the Dodgers at 10 Eastern. You can watch it live right here on ESPN or stream it on the ESPN app, with the Rays second in the AL East. And the Dodgers have the 2nd best record in all of baseball. One mound visit remaining for Ole Miss.
Darnell already 4 runs driven in this game.
Hudson Calhoun back up. He worked on Friday. One of the key pieces in the Ole Miss pen. And left on left indeed for Sean Darnell.
Yep.
There's that breaking ball. I think one of the stories in Omaha the first 3 days is production out of the bottom of the order.
Yes. Well, that's what it takes. I mean, we always talk about when you get to the postseason play, and especially if you make it all the way here to Omaha, you have to have guys to start to elevate their game on both sides of the ball. The pitchers have to elevate, the hitters have to elevate, and that's how you make deep runs and wins. And both of these teams, man, have gotten it done at the bottom of the order, and that's what it takes to roll it back to the top to get to your best hitters.
Think about West Virginia on Friday, too. Tyrus Hall drove in 4 out of the 9 spot.
That's right.
North Carolina Friday night, their 8-hitter Colin Heineck pumped a 3-run homer. Will Libert's 0-2. Darnell hits a rocket into right. This kid is cooking. Drew Nelson first to third easily with 2 outs.
That's an 0-2 swing. All right, and he sees the fastball after having been thrown the breaking pitch and just turns on it as if it were a 2-0 count and not an 0-2 count. Good pitch discipline right there to be able to understand what your swing is like and the balance of it all.
This is just grit by these last 2 hitters from Troy. It's lefty on lefty, and the only way you cover a ball like this is you got to hang in there on those lefties. And I think it was on display when Nelson almost got hit with a fastball up and in near his head. He never even flinched and got out of the way. They're committed to owning the batter's box right now is what Troy is.
And now Jabe Ruth bats with runners at the corners. A walk in the 2nd, pull side single in the 5th, 2-run double down the left field line in the 7th.
I don't give him anything good here. You still have a base open.
Again, Jay Boroff has 21 RBIs in this NCAA tournament. First player with at least 20 in a single tourney since Adley Rutschman 8 years ago.
It's a big name right there. Pitch Boroff has struggled during the season is the breaking ball, but no fastballs for strikes.
And how about Sean Darnell in front of Jabe Ruth? Been aboard 5 times. First hitter from the bottom 3rd of a lineup to reach base 5 times since '09 at the Men's College World Series. Popped up into the sunny sky. Utermark doesn't see it. The shortstop Pano does. And he drops the ball. A run scores. Darnell to the plate. It's 2 more for Troy. Disaster for Ole Miss.
Wow. Panic. Panic, and you know, Judd Utermark, the third baseman, never saw this ball. And he was calling for help the whole time.
And he got the help.
And he got the help.
That's the thing, he got the help.
And Pano just runs all the way over. And the ball actually hit right in his glove, man. It hit in his glove, overran it just a shade.
Once you start backpedaling right then and there, that ball starts bouncing on you. And it's a matter of being able to try to catch it in the webbing. It hits the heel, and give a lot of credit to the Trojans. They continue to run. Yes, there are 2 outs, but continuing to run ends up scoring. Not 1, but 2.
Houston Markham right back that way. Angsty moments. Owen Pano's got this one. Man. Troy gets an insurance gift, and the lead's 5. And another crooked number. A 3-spot starter with Blake Cavell.
Blake Cavell gets the party started. A leadoff home run in the 8th. The Trojans would tack on 2 more, and now up by 5.
What a wild last few innings at the Men's College World Series. It's a 12-7 Troy lead as they try to stay alive and get to Tuesday afternoon. They'll get whoever loses tonight between North Carolina and West Virginia. The Mountaineers in action against Tar Heels. Dom Decker leads it off. 6 outs left to play with for Ole Miss, down by 5. Dom Decker is an incredible story. Murray State transfer. He's here 2 years in a row. He has been through so much in his life. When he was 8 years old, his family was in a tornado, and his mother saved Dom and Dom's sister. And Dom has the date and the time tattooed on his right arm. Never lets it far from his heart or his mind. His mother laid on top of them, wrapped them up in a comforter as the whole house fell on top of them.
Can you imagine?
No.
He goes backside into left field. Diving catch, Diaz! Off the bench, laying out.
Well, I'm going to pronounce it in Spanish. Saeed, what a job. Right there coming in. Great jump, and the emotions show in left field. You come in for defense. Late.
Off the bench, and I tell you what, that's a big-time play, because that ball off the left-handed bat, it is slicing hard away from him. But you talk about covering some ground and puts his nose on that one and picks it right off the grass. Big-time play.
Love how he comes in, stays down low, and is able to make the play and then sticks the landing. What a turnaround this game. First 4 innings dominated by Ole Miss. And then Noah Thigpen takes them out, and it's been a different story. 4 1/3 innings of work so far for Thigpen.
1-1 on Judd Utermark. I mean, think about this for Diaz in left field. It's only the second game he's even played in the last month.
Be ready. Put the work in. Be ready.
1-2 on Utermark. And Judd Utermark hoping this ain't the end for Ole Miss. Program's all-time leading home run hitter. Second team SEC this year with 51 tanks in his career. 2-2. Kid who came back from shoulder issues. Go back to 2023. He's diving into home to win a series against Georgia in Oxford. Breaks his collarbone and is turned into one of the all-time greats. Up the ladder at 92. And there's 2 down in the 8th.
I'm talking about swords up on that one now. Noah Thigpen's feeling it, folks. He is feeling it, and he has been on point since coming in this ball game. His fastball just explodes up and in on Utermark.
And he's been doing it basically with the fastball changeup repertoire. Being able to elevate the fastball and keep you off balance with the changeup.
Well, that's all.
Now Will Furness in the 3 spot. Senior from Texas, super experience, practically 900 plate appearances in his career. Ooh, this one clips Jimmy Janicki.
That ball bounced up and got him in the throat. Very rare that it happens, but every now and then it will, man. Because a heads up just a little bit, and that ball can get right up underneath that mask. Like a little changeup working down the way, and he catches just the top of it. When he does, it misses the glove, and look at it just come up. Ugh.
Oh, man. You got to be some kind of tough. to put those tools on behind the plate.
Troy trying to get to the finish line and stick around a couple more days. Janicki ready. A 1-1 to Furness. Is a strike. 1-2.
Just back and forth between high velocity fastballs and good changeups.
Noah Thigpen's 1-2. No chase there on the changeup. In the air toward left. Diaz back into the corner toward the wall. That ball's gone. Will Furness down the line in left. Life for Ole Miss.
Tell you what, ball's bouncing today. It is jumping. That's a backside homer. Will Furness's 9th long ball of the year, his 57th RBI. Just 93 miles an hour off the bat. Not even considered a hard hit ball, but it works. Sneaks it over that left field wall. That's what you call a home run corner pocket right there.
He's got to peck away and not give up any more at bats, and he threw that fastball right down the middle. Protecting from the changeup. You let it get a little deep, let it go in the air. This is what this ballpark can't provide if the wind blows.
Dad Eddie played here 3 times and won 2 titles. Keeping every moment. So it's a 4-run margin. 4 outs left to play with for Ole Miss.
How big does that pop up now come into play?
No kidding.
Can't afford many mistakes against an elite offense, and
you'd be looking at a 10-8 game instead.
Yep.
Tristan Bissetta got time and now talks things over with Mike Bianco.
Bissetta's got one of those swings that's bottom to top. It's a big uppercut type of swing. And so if you're seeing that as a pitcher, the pitch you want to throw, you want to attack him is with that elevated fastball up in the zone.
He's got that hitch.
Not saying you can't throw him a changeup, but I would not throw it for a strike here. I want to stay right up there.
Now you can go to it out of the zone down.
Yeah, I still don't throw it for a strike here.
Swing and a miss. Noah Thigpen has been nails for Troy.
Big time effort by him. 5 strikeouts. He's gone 5 innings now, folks, and given up just 1 run. Troy with a 4-1 lead as we go to the 9th.
The NCAA Men's College World Series is presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Troy has had a heck of a comeback. They were down by 4 entering the 5th inning and have ripped off 10 runs the last 4 frames. For a team that already has 4 wins over SEC teams this year, they're trying to eliminate their 2nd SEC team in this tournament after they knocked out Florida with a couple of wins in Gainesville in the regionals. Back to the bullpen for Ole Miss, and Landon Waters, senior right-hander from in-state, with an ERA in the low 3s.
Landon Waters making his 24th appearance of the year. Only worked 23 innings so far, 24 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .239 off the right-hander Waters. Fastball's a good one. Low to mid-90 fastball. A little cutter and a slider as well.
And in the autopsy of the Ole Miss season, if this ends up being the end for him, 2 games here in Omaha, the bullpen 6 innings, 12 runs, 10 of them earned after the bullpen was very good in the regionals and supers.
Yeah, it's been a good bullpen in postseason play. It's been a good bullpen during the regular season as well, but not here in Omaha.
Aaron Piasecki top the Troy lineup, takes strike 1 from Landon Waters. Again, this is a 31-loss Troy team, but again, such a battle-tested schedule throughout the season. It wasn't going great the first few months of the year. Pulled into right field, base hit Piasecki.
Yeah, Piasecki, their leadoff guy, getting on, and look, those are the games that they learned losing. And what I mean by that is you need games like that to be able to, if you are able to get in, understand what adversity looks like. And in this game of baseball, you need that adversity. And Troy is a team that has been able to respond.
They went around and they played some of the best teams in the country. And they got punched a few times. But in the end, it makes you better. It makes you more resilient. And again, it's a team that lost their very first regional game in Gainesville and yet found a way to win 4 in a row, knocking off Florida in back-to-back days to host their super regional.
On May 2nd, this team lost a brutal doubleheader to Appalachian State. At that point, they were 22 and 25, and Skylar Meade was irate. He gathered the team together. Players were telling us the other day their coach was ticked. We asked him today, what did you say to the team? He forbid them to look at WarrenNolan.com, which shows you the live RPI. He told the team, you're too distracted. You can't catch a fly ball. I don't want to hear about RPI. He got him to lock back in and just try to focus on playing well and playing hard first and foremost.
Yeah, and that's part of the battle. How do you keep the players focused on the task in hand between the lines and not let them affect the noise outside?
Because this is a team at that point, they were not going to get an at-large bid at that time, and they're scrolling their phones looking at the RPI.
Yeah.
And you hear a lot of distractions sometimes coming from players that potentially could get drafted or not. How do you psychologically get them focused back on the task in hand?
2-1 to Josh Pine, rides up and in. Skylar Meade said they repurposed the things that needed to be big things in their program. Pine walks on 5 pitches, not close from Waters.
Well, Troy looking to put this one out of reach. And they are on their way. First and second and nobody out. Guess who coming to the plate?
Blake Cabell, who did this his last time oppo.
Yeah, this is the lead off the 8th inning. He got a fastball on the outside part of the plate. It was elevated just enough, and he just hits a backside bullet. His 14th long ball of the year. It was like a little kangaroo hop at the end.
Yeah, It was like part that, part gritty, and then an unintentional slip.
Let me tell you this, we had to score that the judges had to score it out of 10, that would have been maybe a 2. Not sticking the landing.
That's cold.
That's real. It's a hard lead. There we go. 1.
How do you feel about the gritty?
They're right here. Boom.
How do you feel about the gritty as a general rule? Do you like the gritty?
You got to have a little bit of action there. I don't know if there was enough action.
1 and 2 on Cavill.
A little offensive timeout here, it looks like.
I was just going to say, we could use a slowdown in the action.
Maybe they want us to replay the gritty again.
It's still to come tonight. 7 Eastern. You know the twang by now.
The Mountaineers in the house.
It sounds so good on the ears. Country Roads.
Love that song, man.
It'll be West Virginia and North Carolina winners bracket. Whoever loses that gets the winner of this one Tuesday afternoon. 1 and 2 on Cavill. Ooh. Two. Swing and a miss. Waters strikes out Cavill for an important first out here in the top of the 9th.
Cavill's got to figure out a way. Or I should say Waters has got to figure out a way here to get out of this jam and put a 0 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, he's got a
be hard
task
enough.
in hand. Yeah. You have a player of the magnitude that's coming up to the plate. Janicki, who has 2 for 4, but scolded the last one 111 miles per hour right at the third baseman.
This dude is just locked in, man.
Let me give you some Jimmy Janicki exit velos here in Omaha. Game 1 for them Friday, 105, 111. And then his last 3 trips today, 109, 112, 111. As our buddy Chris Burke would say, a ball striking display.
Yeah. Collisions at home plate.
We were talking with Skylar Meade the other day. He had numbers brought to him at one point this season. The combination of high-end impact, high-end exit velocities, and then contact, how much contact Jimmy Janicki makes is like top-tier elite good.
And that's the difference. There's a lot of guys out there that when they do make contact, it is loud off the bat, right? But Janicki's one of those guys that often makes loud contact.
Hits this to center. And Hayden Federico lines it up. And no advancement, but Troy up 4. Peeking ahead for Ole Miss, bottom of the 9th. It'll be 5, 6, and 7, starting with Hayden Federico. Zayd Diaz bats for the 2nd time. He flew to center his first time off the bench. I don't know what it was, guys. Maybe 4 hours ago, I said, could you please tell me how many home runs will be hit in this game?
How many has? I said 5. Eddie said 8. Where are we at?
We're at 5, aren't we?
We're at 6.
We're at 6.
Oh, plenty of time.
Look at that. I mean, first with 3+ home runs from both teams.
Ooh, a little Soto shuffle there, right? A little take.
Since 2001.
Bottom of the zone. Good pitch right there on 2-0.
Yeah, not wanting to give in.
Landon Waters 2-1. Chopper right side. Furness to the bag. Inning over. No insurance right there for Troy. And now they will try to finish it off. And the last chance for Ole Miss. Trying to stick around in Omaha, but down by 4. 5, 6, and 7 on the way. Federico, Pano, and Folly next. To right field by Darnell. Janicki rips one down the line. Well hit. Randall back. Gone. Troy dances its way into the bottom of the 9th inning of the Men's College World Series. The first time this program has ever been here in Omaha. And Noah Thigpen, paired with that offense, has gotten them to this point.
Yeah, that Ole Miss offense was rolling when he entered this ball game. They'd scored 6 runs, and he just kind of drew a line in the sand. And he gave that offense a chance to climb back in it, and boy, did they ever do that.
Weekend starter to begin the season. He's gone 5 innings.
It's been a fastball changeup mix, and it's worked brilliantly as he's been able to locate the fastball up and down the zone.
It's his longest outing since February. It's his most pitches since early March.
Yeah, and you look at that line, he's given up 2 runs, but really just 1 run, because if Meyer would have been healthy out in center field, he catches that fly ball out there, but he couldn't get to it. It led to a run. So for me, Thigpen's only given up 1 run.
It was Hayden Federico who blooped that ball in front of Meyer in the 7th. 1 and 2, just disgusting with the changeup.
It is. It's a wonderful mix of a mid-90s fastball, and he's locating that changeup. That's the key to it. I mean, he's not made many mistakes on it at all.
Have you seen any changeup stay up in the zone?
No, that's what I'm saying. He has been able to command that changeup down and get those swings and misses he's been looking for.
Nice job staying on that by Federico into center to get aboard for Ole Miss.
You look at the professional at-bats that we've seen from Ole Miss, and Federico is the one that stands out, both from the left side and the right side of the plate, being able to use the entire field. Now getting on another leadoff hitter for Ole Miss, getting on base. Federico, brilliant on the bases as well, runs with his head up, but great adjustment on this changeup, using those legs, going down and getting it.
Yeah, I love how he just sunk into his legs. Instead of that body going forward, he just sinks down and throws the barrel at it.
Now Owen Pano, 0 for 4. 2 strikeouts, 2 groundouts, each of his last 2 trips. You really can't say enough about Noah Thigpen, a guy who began the year as a weekend starter, but scuffled in this sophomore season after what was a really good freshman year. And it was about a month ago that Skylar Meade remembers sitting in the office, and he just said, let's try him out in a different role. They had tried everything with him.
And how much does he have left in the tank? That's the question. 87 pitches now.
He's going to go get him. 2-0 count. I don't think this is just a visit to talk to him.
I think you're right. I think this is it for Noah Thigpen.
Interesting on a 2-0 count. They've been able to get paid on the fastball. They were beating him with it. They went back-to-back changeups on him.
Now, the velo had dropped, I would say, on these last two pitches, but the two balls were both borderline. And yet, with Noah Thigpen pitching more in this outing than he has in any outing in the last 3 months, Skylar Meade is not messing around with a 4-run lead.
Yeah, well, Ole Miss has seen him rather, third time through the lineup, so they got a pretty good idea of this stuff. The stuff's starting to fade a little bit at 87 pitches.
And he's going to go back to Zach Crotchfeld, who went 4 1/3 on Friday, 60 pitches in relief against West Virginia.
Oh, we get to say hello to our lefty that comes in, and interesting move right here. Go to the lefty on a 2-0 count.
Yeoman's work for Noah Thigpen. Well, he was enormous for Troy. This team staring down elimination, 5+ innings.
Yeah, he looked good. The fastball ticked up to 97 miles an hour. He elevated that four-seamer when he wanted to, and that's where it plays the best, at the top of the zone. And I tell you what, he showed you one of those too. A really good changeup as well. 5 strikeouts and 5+ innings of work for Noah Thigpen. So a big-time effort by him.
He kept the game where it was until the bats stepped up for Troy and finally broke through. They got 3 in the 5th and then exploded in the 7th, and it's our Capital One rewarding performance for that 7th inning.
Yeah, who else but Jimmy Janicki? He got the party started. He led off the 7th inning with a solo home run, his 21st of the year, and then the hits started to come for the Trojans, one after the other. They were only 1 for 6 going into the 7th inning with runners in score position. They picked up 4 base hits in that inning with runners in score position and extended the lead. And boy, I tell you what, it has been all Troy. You mentioned it, Mikey. I mean, they have scored 10 runs since the 3rd inning.
And now they go back to their senior left-hander out of Jackson, New Jersey, Zach Crotchfeld, who went 4 1/3, 2 runs Friday against West Virginia in relief with 5 strikeouts, 60 pitches. A guy who Skylar Meade thinks is going to be a phenomenal senior sign.
Yeah, you see what he's done. 28th appearance of the year for Crotchfeld, 61 2/3, and he can strike you out 74 of those.
The leadoff man on, and a 2-ball no-strike count on Owen Pano. Crotchfeld enters. He's the best strike thrower on their pitching staff. And he lands strike 1, bottom of the zone.
Pretty impressive. Coming in, you're inheriting a 2-0 count.
And typically he is heavy on that fastball. He throws it about 69% of the time.
And he's the hardest thrower on their staff too, averaging 93.5.
Oh, he got away with the one there. Should have been ball 4. Instead, goes 3-2. You know the fastball's coming.
Just a little bit antsy.
Crotchfeld to Payno. Payoff. Got him swinging.
That's big time there. You inherit runner on first base, nobody out, a 2-0 count. And Crotchfeld comes in and punches out Payno.
Talk about being aggressive in the zone and being aggressive with the number one. And I think it's an advantage that Crotchfeld pitched 48 hours ago in this ballpark.
Yes.
You control the nerves. You know what to expect. Now go in and do what you did last time out.
Now Austin Foley, junior draft eligible catcher who swung it well today. Strike one, bottom of the zone. Single into second, pop to second, fly out to center. RBI single today for Foley. The 0-1. Think about this Ole Miss team and guys like Hunter Elliott, Judd Udermark, Will Furness. They've been around for at least the last 4 years and seen so much, so many ups and downs in this program. Hit well. Right field by Foley. On the track and caught by Markham. 2 down.
You're talking about a lot of people here taking a deep breath, knowing that everything that's been hit in the air has been going out of the ballpark. This one stays in. Markham stays with it. A nice piece of job of hitting. Yet the wind continues to blow. But the ball stays in the ballpark.
Wind blowing out, but this is still a pitcher's ballpark. There's no doubt about that. Mike Bianco hoping that ball. He is saying, get up, ball. But it falls just short.
And now it's up to Braden Randall, who has homered in this game. Part of a 2-hit day for him from the 8th spot. First pitch, strike one from Zach Crotchfeld. That's a strike, 0-2.
Nothing but heaters.
The 0-2 pitch is down. Reach back for a little something extra at 95. And Troy's first trip ever to the Men's College World Series. Zach Crotchfeld is ready. His 1-2 up high. The 2-2 in the air, foul. Zach Crotchfeld deals the 2-2. Got him swinging. Troy wins for the first time ever in Omaha.
That's what you call a big-time comeback win right there by Troy. And we knew it was in the tank for him. And we said even when Ole Miss got up that this game was not even close to being over. And, boy, Troy just poured it on. And, again, I'm going to go back to Noah Thigpen. He came in and really slowed that Ole Miss offense down. He goes 5+ gives up 2 runs. And how about Ole Miss, man? A tip of the cap to Ole Miss. Nobody gave them a chance of getting here, and all they did was just run on the road. They go through the Lincoln Regional, the Auburn Super Regional, and they find themselves in Omaha. Does Ole Miss for the 7th time in program history, but it was not their year. Mike Bianco does another wonderful job.
Blake Cavell is with Taylor.
Thank you. You guys were one of the last teams into this tournament, and now you're the first team to knock someone else out of Omaha. What makes this group special?
Everything, man. Head 1 to 33, the coaches, we all just love each other, man. Every day we're with each other, we hang out. It's a bond like no other, man. We keep competing, we keep fighting, and we love playing with our backs against the wall.
You guys were down 4 going into the 5th. What were the conversations in the dugout as to how to get back into this game?
You said the 5th or the 4th?
Going into the 5th.
In the 5th, we realized we had 5 innings left, is probably what we thought. And then, you know, we came back, yeah, and it's truly an incredible day. You know, 7 runs in the last 2 innings, you can't dream about it.
What happened on the home run celebration?
You know, one of them decided to body check me, and it really didn't work out in my favor.
Noah Thigpen, how did he completely change the dynamic of this game?
Noah Thigpen's been incredible. In the last 2 months, ever since he came into the bullpen for us, he's been astronomical, you know. He's pumping 95 in the 5th inning. He's, after Hayden and Tommy did their job, Thigpen came in, and really he's the reason we won.
All right, so I think you have a chance now to redeem yourself with the celebration. What's your go-to?
The gritty again. I'm going to straight back to it.
Okay, I can't wait for that. Mike, you?
Let's see if he breaks it up.
No.
Yeah, come on.
No, you have to. You promise.
Yes.
Fell.
Do it again.
Oh my! No, I can't.
If you had stage fright for Blake Cavell,
there we go. There we
go. I didn't see that coming from him.
Big tease up, baby.
That dude is electric.
You know what's electric is the bottom of the order of Troy. The pitching, yes, was there and it gave him an opportunity, but boy, were they able to score and score often. 7 runs driven in from 7, 8, and 9.
So, Troy stays alive. As Taylor said, the first team to eliminate somebody here in Omaha. And a heck of a ride for Ole Miss comes to an end, as do the careers for Hunter Elliott, Judd Udemark, and Will Furness. Zach Crotchfeld finishes it off. Hey, stay tuned tonight. West Virginia, North Carolina, going to be a great ball game. 7 Eastern, little under an hour from now on ESPN. Coming up next, we got studio coverage here in Omaha with Alyssa, Runes, Todd, and Jack. For Taylor McGregor, Scott Klein, Eduardo Perez, Ben McDonald, and our entire excellent crew. Mike Monaco saying thanks for joining us in Omaha. Right now to Alyssa.
Thanks, Mons. What a treat for us. Troy sending the first team in this field home. Ole Miss packing their bags and heading back to Oxford as we welcome you to the NCAA Men's College World Series studio built by the Home Depot. These Troy Trojans will not say die. As the great Mike Rooney said at the beginning of the week, they've been told over and over again that their season is over, but they ain't checking their email rooms. They're not aware of that.
Not having it. And these are the most dangerous teams, the zombie teams, where they're dead or they don't know they're dead.
And we love watching it. Jack DeLongshaw, Mike Rooney, Todd Walker, Alyssa Lang here with you as we bring you up to first pitch between West Virginia and North Carolina. That coming your way a little after 7 o'clock Eastern time. Let's dive into what we just saw. We thought it might have been over for Troy early, but you can't count them out. Todd, what impressed you the most about the way Troy was able to get this done?
I don't know why I'm so surprised that a mid-major can hang with the Power 4 conferences, but like we've talked about before, they ran through Florida twice, Miami. They've beaten Georgia and Alabama this year, and now Ole Miss. The offense has been incredible. Only 7 runs a game during the regular season, now around 10 runs a game in the postseason. So something has ignited this offense. The bottom third of this order had 7 hits and 7 RBIs in this game. So just impressive all the way through.
Yeah, Troy, they like a food fight, right? And Ole Miss had control of this game. It's nice and tidy. They're up 6-2. They got their guy Hunter Elliott on the mound. And then next, you know, we start ripping lampshades off of lamps. And, you know, for Troy, it was perfect. And the score gets up, right? 12 runs. a whole bunch of hits. They scored 50 runs coming through the losers bracket in Gainesville, Jack, and this was their kind of party.
Well, the approach is so professional. Like, that second time through the lineup today was so impressive, and it helps when you've got stars. Jimmy Janicki is a dude, but to me, working counts, and they do not miss heaters. This offense was as good as it gets today.
You said you wanted to give Janicki a little bit of a shout out because he truly battled through this game in more ways than one.
A 417-foot lean you to left and then takes a ball right off the jugular. He's an all-state linebacker and catcher. Come on, man. He's got all the tools.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, we can't get enough of this Troy team as we show you some of the big moments from the 7th inning. I mean, the bats came alive. Jay Boroff with a couple of clutch hits. We saw our guy Blake Cavell with a home run to add some insurance. How have you seen this Troy offense, Todd, seemingly get better and better?
Jay Baruth has had 20 RBIs now in this postseason. That's the first time since Adley Rutschman from Oregon State in 2018. I think when you hear hitting's contagious, that's what's going on, 1 through 9. Like Jack said, I mean, they're just professional at bats and they're feeding off each other.
Yeah, they have 6 seniors in the lineup, and that's just not a nice tagline, right? Like, that's experience and hanging with it. And then you've got the non-seniors like Boroff and Janicki, and so it's just an old group that's been through a lot, and they can put up points in a hurry.
Well, let's talk about the J-Bat bat. It's an 0-2 pitch. It's a hanging breaking ball. He deposited. It cuts the deficit to 1. To me, that's when the game feels like it flipped upside down.
Let's go back and take a look at some of the highlight moments from this game. We'll start in the 4th inning. As we said, we knew Hunter Elliott was on the bump for Ole Miss, and then we saw an Ole Miss home run to get it going early.
Well, I mean, that's what Ole Miss does. They kill you in bunches. They're not going to string innings together, but this was big for them early. They were up 6-2.
And then Janicki, home run in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, well, you're playing an SEC team when your guy that's on their talent level, he's got to execute. Janicki was up for it.
We talk about that Jay Boroff at bat, a double to make it 8-6.
The offense is just so contagious. It feels like as one guy gets going, you see big-time day from Drew Nelson, a Troy native.
And it felt like this was one of the moments that sort of illustrated the last few innings of this game for Ole Miss. A pop-up lost in the sun. We saw some miscommunication from some of the outfielders at times for Ole Miss. Troy able to capitalize on that moment, and Troy gets the win 12-8. Ole Miss, as their season now has come to an end, I think it's fair to say there was a very specific moment in this game that we didn't show you in that highlight that felt like it began the unraveling. And it was when Hunter Elliott was on the mound and was called for a balk, the first of his 5-year collegiate career. Bruins, what did you see in that moment, and how did you see it affect this team?
Well, at that point, Ole Miss is totally in control of the game. They're up 6-2. Hunter Elliott is in command of things. And so it was a unique play. You know, pitch comms involved, and that's a new thing in baseball. And so it felt like a 50-50 call. It did not go in Ole Miss's favor. Next thing you know, it's a 6-5 game, and the Trojans have life.
They were bases loaded in this situation. He was 1 strike away, and they get called for a balk. That moves the runner in and the 2 runners into scoring position. Next pitch, base hit, and that's where everything changed.
How do you talk to your pitcher after that? We saw a very heated Mike Bianco. Hunter Elliott was pretty heated. What do you think those conversations were like in an effort to try to calm the club down?
From what we understand, it was a 50-50 call. The umpires could have let it go. They didn't, and it was a big piece of this game. I think if you're Mike Bianco, who was a former catcher, knows more than most about those type of situations.
Yeah.
He was hot, rightfully so, but it didn't matter.
I think it's safe to say it was a strange situation, and it just felt like everything kind of went downhill from there for Ole Miss. But it was a great season despite it coming to an end here in Omaha. 41-23 record, 15-15 in the SEC. Their first men's college World Series appearance since 2022. Of course, they won a championship that year. They won their regional and their super regional on the road. Judd Utermark broke a program career home run record with 51. So a lot to be proud of, despite this always being a tough way to go out. No matter who you are, you never want your season to come to an end. But Jack, it is a little bit sweeter when it comes to an end on this stage.
It's the worst feeling in the world, man. You're hugging guys goodbye because you know that this particular group will never get to play together again. But these are going to be the guys that are in your wedding, right? That you'll call up decades down the line. And I think what they've accomplished, right? There's no such thing as moral victories, but it's a beautiful moment for a team that absolutely deserves their flowers.
And I would say any season that ends in Omaha is one for the ages. Yeah. For Mike Bianco, he's going to be one of the all-time great coaches. He is in the SEC's history, but they've had so much heartache in Super Regionals, just 3-6. I feel like this Omaha trip was so important for the legacy of Mike Bianco. You add that to the national title.
They won 5 series out of 10 during the regular season, so they weren't great, but they were good. I think I like the way Mike Bianco had them playing at the end. They ran through the Nebraska Regional. They beat Arizona State twice, and then, of course, beat a great Auburn team to get here. So the end of the season was the highlight for Ole Miss.
Yeah, a team loaded with talent, plenty that will come back next year with now experience here on this stage at the Men's College World Series. All right, don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more coming up next here for you. We'll hear from both head coaches of our next game, West Virginia and North Carolina. Georgia head coach Wes Johnson will also join us on the set to talk about what he saw from his squad last night. And coming up in just a few minutes, Troy's Josh Pine will join us, and we're told that Josh may be in trouble of being kicked out of the dugout, let's just say. That's a tease moving forward. Those country roads have led to Omaha, and Jack will bring us a great story with the West Virginia Mountaineer. All that coming up on the other side here from Omaha. You're watching the NCAA Men's College World Series studio built by the Home Depot.